astronauts are also government actors. And in the space travel in the ISS and what we see in the movies and the video games, there's no comparison. Diana Southard says, like CGI Joe shaking hands with the air, his CGI assistant wasn't on his stage mark. Precisely, exactly that. You can find examples of astronauts handing objects to other astronauts and they'll put it on the shelf when they haven't actually grabbed it from the person. Like, has someone ever handed you something and you put it on a shelf only to realize that you didn't actually grab it? Probably not. But it happens in space with regularity. Returning to the moon with Artemis generation. A couple of notes here on Artemis. Artemis is the twin of Apollo. Apollo mission Artemis. The twin thing is kind of interesting. Another thing, of course, we have Artemis is another moon goddess, like Diana, moon goddess. You have that sun, moon kind of alchemy thing. And, okay, Apollo was what? It was the Apollo sun god going to the moon, Diana. Sun and moon. What you have with the sun and the moon merging in alchemical terms, it's the two becoming one. We're talking about like when you have the eclipse, the sun and the moon combining. This is a very common theme in alchemy in their symbolic system. And it seems to be the case that 2001 A Space Odyssey is actually about our journey into the space age, and it contains this idea. The 2001, the 2, and then the 00, that's the sun and the moon, 2 becoming 1. And of course, when you look at the ground zero at 9/11, and this is all very much connected to Kubrick, because 2001 is when, of course, 9/11 happens. The Twin Towers were taken down, and now we have the 1. But the whole eclipse thing was very significant with the 2020 and the corona, because with the corona is what you call the rays of the sun around the eclipse. You got the crown. Very repetitive in their symbolism here. They send the man to the moon. Yeah, it's actually alchemical. It's about the god and the goddess becoming one, two into one, sun and moon into one. And they're just repeating it. It's actually a fertility rite for all intents and purposes. Tim and Vic says Event 201. Yes, same thing. Event 201, 2 into 1, Corona. It's about alchemy, it's about transformation. And of course, we mentioned David Bowie and Starman. Well, in the movie 2001 A Space Odyssey, there's a few elements there worth pointing out. One, Hell 9000, your AI god, your Gaia, this higher mind. And of course, it has the single eye, which is very significant. And then the character is actually named David Bowman. Now, David Bowman merges with the monolith and becomes the Star Child, meaning the child of the new age. And I think David Bowie, of course, is a reference to David Bowman. It's a stage name. And I think the reference here, of course, with Starman and the David Bowie effigy being sent into space, it's all connected. It's all connected to this idea of two becoming one. And I think one of the meanings, and it has to do with 9/11, it's when the world and the mirror, which is the movie world, became one. I think that 9/11 is when the entire world was synchronized enough for them, the controllers of media, the world state de facto church. It was when they were able to synchronize everyone and merge us with the monolith, like David Bowman. The monolith being the TV screen, the movie screen, now your smartphone. But that's what it represents. Merging with it means you have accepted the premise that what is being televised is real to the point that you live in a augmented reality. You've gone through the screen, like Alice in Wonderland through the looking glass. You've gone through the screen, two into one, meaning the movie world and the real world have become one. And this is increasingly evident every time I note all these crisis actors at these events suddenly becoming real-life activists with blue checks on Twitter. Yeah, they've come out of the screen. They've made them real. The existence of PSYOPs and hoaxes and perception management is critical to understanding the bigger picture in my view, because it was all about subverting the masses' minds, which is what they've done. They really have. They have put people in to like it's not like the world's fake. It's just that their concepts of certain things are fake, and they've accepted certain explanations, and that's where the controls come in. Like Truman in the Truman Show. Um, yeah, he could just walk off at any time, but the system of lies kept him from venturing and even questioning uh, whether or not there was even anywhere else to go, because he was fully immersed in what? An actor driven reality. Everyone around him was part of the script, part of the story, part of the program. You could say that Truman was already in the TV. He was a star of his own TV show. That was the whole point. Well, I'm saying that we are all in our own kind of Truman. So this is the world stage is a Truman show. And of course, if you start to see through it, you get labeled a conspiracy theorist. A couple of other things about the Twin Towers. Just we were going through symbolism from Back to the Future, which has a lot of references to 9/11, and it references them specifically with the Twin Pines Mall. And I think Twin Pines, of course, could easily reference twin spines. And what I mean by this is the human spine, the vertebrae, 33 segments, very significant in all of the symbolism. Of course, the age of Christ. I think the Pope has 33 segments or 33 buttons on his cassock to symbolize the years of Christ, but actually it's the spine. Twin spines, because the idea here in alchemy, and when I say alchemy, I'm talking about the symbolism of Kubrick, but also the occult practices and what they term alchemy, and specifically the great rite, that is the union of the god and the goddess, the sun and the moon. Well, if you think about it, in these rituals, the priest is the god, the priestess is the goddess. He's the sun, she's the moon. Now, each of them have 33 segments in their spine, twin spines. When they merge, the two become one. That's the chemical wedding. That's the great rite, and that's the point where the sun and the moon conjoin. And what does that mean? The idea is that they call it the fire snake, the Kundalini. Their spines, the spinal column, is the seat of consciousness, not just the brain, and that the entire spine is lit when the two are together. And what that means is, of course, the corona symbol represents the 33 vertebrae lit. And of course, the top of the 33 is the crown chakra. Crown is corona. We're talking about the idea of course, the Twin Towers burning down, but the twin spines, twin pines, and of course, how old are the Twin Towers? 1968, construction begins. They are pulled down in 2001. They're 33-year-old towers. And of course, they brought back the new one, like I said earlier, 13 years later. All this stuff is very deeply encoded. You cannot separate many world stage characters from these big events either, which tells you how scripted it all is. Specifically Trump. Trump is encoded deeply in Back to the Future. Much of the predictive programming that predicts Trump has to do with time travel, but he's quite literally Biff Tannen. Biff Tannen, President Biff Tannen. Not Shock says hell is IBM, just add one letter to each. Yes, Hell 9000. There's actually a Hell 9000-like character in Pixar as well, in the Pixar film Wall-E. His name is Otto. They put the world on autopilot. Think about this. In Pixar, they live in an ark. Another reoccurring theme that we keep seeing. A space ark, because the world is covered in space junk and trash. And while they are up there orbiting, they've given over control to Otto. We went on to autopilot. But this is where it ties into the real world. Like, this is totally predictive programming. Before the world was abandoned because of pollution and climate change, the president in this Pixar film Wall-E, he gets on the screen on the TV and he says, Directive 113. Directive 113 means put it all on autopilot, abandon ship. In other words, 113 is 311 backward, obviously, and 311 is the date the pandemic started. Directive 113 means put it on auto, abandon ship, going into the arcs. And the point of this is auto is Gaia, this thing they're introducing, this AI god, HAL 9000. In the movie Pixar film Wall-E, they were definitely saying once we declare Directive 113, we're going into auto. We're going into, well, whatever this AI thing happens to be. Here's something else too. Speaking of Bowie, 1969, the song "Savior Machine," David Bowie, has a reference to a President Joe who hands over control of the world to a savior machine that solves hunger. Here's the lyrics. David Bowie, Savior Machine. President Joe once had a dream. The world held his hand, gave their pledge. So he told them his scheme for a savior machine. Its logic stopped war and gave them food. They called it the prayer. Its answer was law. But it goes on about this machine brought about by President Joe. I'm like, that's weird. Of course, another reason why this is significant is that the year, of course, it came out. It was like 1969, and then last year, President Joe was out there at that NATO digital monolith thing. Anyway, predictive programming for President Joe Biden? I think so. Lean Dion says Wall-E was the first name given meaning after multiple uses of 113 in Pixar. Yes, and 113, of course, we talked about the significance of that number, but it's used all over Pixar films. And in Wall-E, they finally gave it an actual meaning. It wasn't just some mysterious number. Elon Musk has been trolled. A lot of his former employees were projecting messages on the wall of the headquarters. One of them was Space Karen. Anyway, Musk is seen by some as some kind of a hero, free speech absolutist, but he certainly censors anybody that criticizes him. And you can't forget that Musk brought you Mousegate. If you don't know what Mousegate is, it's just really one of the biggest trolls of all time. Here we are, 2019, December 5th, CRS-19 mission from SpaceX to the ISS. They're sending supplies up. Along with the supplies, they're sending genetically modified mice to the space station so they can study the effects of muscular atrophy in mice who've been bestowed with special genetically enhanced muscles. Anyway, while the rocket's on the way to the space station, there's quite obviously a CGI mouse running laps on the side of the rocket. There's no other explanation for it. It has to be CGI. Beyond that, the scale was off. A real mouse would be much smaller than what we saw on the side of that rocket. But my point is, a lot of people would look at this thing and they say, no, it's not a mouse. It's got to be a video. It's got to be a space ice. Here's a Reddit post by JLB. Is Mousegate going to blow the lid on the Elon Musk SpaceX fraud? And of course, most people just try to pretend like they don't see what they see. Now, if you're looking at the screen, this is a mouse on the exterior of a SpaceX rocket, December 5th, 2019. Now, whatever your explanation for it, the fact is, this was the SpaceX was sending Mighty Mouse. SpaceX was sending literal, look, even the headlines talked about it being Mighty Mice. Well, who is Mighty Mouse? He's a cartoon mouse that goes in space. Like, this is quite literally Mighty Mouse. All right, let's see what else we have here. 5 miles ahead says pineal gland at the top of the 33rd vertebrae. Yes, precisely. the number 33 is very consistently used in all of these PSYOPs. Another number we often see is 42. Everything Musk does has to do with the number 42. And I think I know what they mean. We've done a lot of research on it, and my best interpretations are based on usage. And from what I've seen, the number 33 is consistently used to associate. It's associated with resurrection, ascension. They used it a lot with the whole Phoenix thing after COVID. But 33 seems to have to do with ascension or transcendence. Like you transcend the world or you descend into it. And 42 is consistently used with Saturn and a descent or a fall. And I think there's a connection here if you think about it, because 33 is associated also with the sun in Christ. So you have one is rising, Saturn, or descending and falling, or darkness, light and dark. And then I've been thinking, you have the Masonic pillars, the black and the white, and reference this duality. And if you think about it, in their symbolic system, the closest luminary would be the sun. The furthest would be Saturn. And in their symbolic system, the sun brings light and life, and Saturn brings is death and darkness, rules the night. And there's this relationship between the two. If you look at like the Egyptian myth of night personified as Set, Prince of Darkness, killing the sun at sunset on the Terminator line. The Terminator, remember the Terminator movies? He comes back in time to take out JC, like Jesus Christ. The Terminator is the line at sunset where the sun dies. And in the Egyptian myths, the sun god dies at sunset. That's why the Terminator's coming to kill the sun. It's all just mythology. But I consistently see the number 42 associated with the dark and Saturn and falling, and then the light rising in Christ is 33, and they play these numbers off each other. They use these in their rituals consistently, and you can read, like for example, on the 42nd anniversary of the St. Vincent volcano eruption, there was another eruption, and at that time, Joe Rogan had 42 tracks pulled from Spotify. At that time, there was Trisha Paytas, I think her name is, 33 at the time, who was ripping on him for his hate speech and stuff. But anyway, the number 42 was immediately there associated with Rogan. And I said at the time, anytime you see the number 42 being used very explicitly, it means someone's going to take a fall from grace. There's going to be some kind of a hit. And here we have Spotify's deleted 42 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience. And then shortly after, he did have to make some concessions, and he did have this drama. And then Spotify began censoring everybody. Then they found that he had used the N-word 24 times. Kaepernick's lawyer did a montage of it. My point is, he had publicly taken a bit of a fall for misinformation, for prescribing horse paste and everything else. But it started with this number. And I called it then. I said, look, he's going to take a fall on behalf of podcasters. And that has pretty much happened since. All right, let's see. This is the Agent Smith effect. This is kind of interesting. Someone pointed this out. We're talking about gatekeeping on the Truman Show. The Agent Smith effect. Agent Smith has the ability to enter any body anytime. And this often happens when the matrix is threatened. Most people have had an Agent Smith matrix programming in their own lives since birth. These programmed people become guardians of the matrix, protectors of the code, the police of mind control, and the enforcers of the indoctrination, which holds together our false concept of reality like superglue. And this is very true. I think one of the most potent weapons they have in this mind war, like I've been talking about, is fashion, but more specifically peer pressure. And nothing than the threat of everybody's going to laugh at you. I think that holds people back from quite a lot. And of course, they use government jesters, aka comedians, to tell you what is and isn't funny. That way you can be in the good graces of the mob. It's really like weaponized peer pressure. We could talk about the elite, the control. The controllers and the elite operate through billions of people following their Pied Pipers. It's really that simple. Like, who are the elite? Well, it's the mask Karen down the street. It's the enforcers of this, of all of the top-down programming. Again, if you want one of these go bags, white popcorn not included. You can go to Amazon.com. I'll put a link below, but I do have IPS tote bags with the signature unicursal penguin. And if you're not familiar with the unicursal penguin, what it represents or anything, it's just another way of representing our penguin mascot with the wrench of the moderator. In fact, I'll draw one now on my favorite drawing program. It's called Sketchpad.app. And I'll show you what I mean by unicursal. And the point of it is one continuous line, no break, and they're pretty standardized. And I've been working with similar characters. But if you're looking at the screen, but what I do for this one in particular, and this is all, trademark, but there's an actual infinity sign built into the face in the first eye. Then the feet actually consist of another infinity sign. And then within the wrench itself, in the handle, I always include another one. But very simple design. I have these on these bags on Amazon, go bags, which you will need. If they shoot a dummy nuke over here, bonding CGI on the TV, yeah, you're going to be ordered into lockdown. And if you want to be unlockdownable, go to infiniteplane.media and order yourself a press pass. If you have a press pass, you're considered to be, I think the word they use is essential, which is kind of offensive. I remember being offended by it. I'm like, wait a minute here. You're saying that Anderson Cooper is essential and I'm not. You're saying that the mass media liars can go walk around and rat on people who are having Easter egg hunts. I mean, that's pretty much what was happening. It was like, wait a minute, we have a two-tiered society now. We have the essential and the non-essential. It almost makes it sound like we're useless breathers. Oh, useless breathers must stay home. Carbon super spreaders, which is the next thing. I mean, you thought being a virus super spreader, now it's just carbon super spreader, which is really just a way of saying you're alive, and they're mad at you for it. All these climate Gretas, they're mad at you for literally for breathing. All right, I have a few voicemails to get to.
You trust the coroner's office? You trust their findings? That's like one of the main little controlled offices, dude.
Okay, this person said, you trust the coroner's office, you trust their findings. That's like one of the main little controlled offices, dude. I know what he's talking about. He's referring to my claim that embalmers would never see bodies with exceptionally abnormally clotted veins, because if there were such in the morgue first in an autopsy, and the reason why the people at the funeral home wouldn't see it, that is the embalmers, is that a body that's been autopsied has its arteries cut, meaning they have to do a multi-point injection, meaning drainage isn't the main issue anymore, and you wouldn't be dealing with that because when they're chopping it up, that's when the drainage is happening. It's losing most of its blood before it makes it to the funeral home. My point being, if there were any anomalies such as massive clotting, it would be found, and it would be found there and noted, if at all. The embalmer is not going to get this same experience because, of course, if they get somebody in their embalming room that is full of some kind of anomalous clotting or whatever, as is being reported by Stu Peters, well, then that wouldn't be the presumptive cause of death, because, of course, If there was an unnatural death, they would have gone through the autopsy room first. My point being, again, is this: embalmers are not insiders. They don't have the information to make these bold claims that are being made. And as a former embalmer, I mean, I can tell you that clotting is a natural part of the process. You basically, your job is to pull the clots out to maintain constant circulation of the fluid that's being injected into the carotid artery, and then you're pulling the clots out of the jugular with forceps. It's like a routine thing. In fact, you have to actively massage the extremities in order to force the clots out. That's just a normal thing when you die. Your blood's not circulating, it's congealing, among other things. And I remember many instances of seeing very large fibrous, things that weren't the cause of death. And I always, even very, very aged people, like 90-year-olds, and like, wow, that was in that person. Amazing. Human body's amazing. But what you're seeing, and you're going to hear about this more in the coming days as the documentary Suddenly Dead comes out, are these ridiculous claims that embalmers are noticing something. And I'm saying, again, if it was an unnatural death, the embalmer's not going to be the first one to see that body and see the blood. My point being, I don't buy this theory that bodies are showing up with these extreme clots. And it's not about me trusting the coroners. It's just that I know the chain of custody that a body goes through when it's a natural versus an unexpected death. And embalmers would be the last to know. Got another voicemail. This one's interesting. I believe this is a voicemail from Kenny Edward, the son of Dennis Edwards from The Temptations. He left a few messages. Let me go and play this because I think he wanted me to get into something. Maybe one of you here knows more about it.
And do check out and utilize. You're getting kind of boring to the people. To me at least. It's you're just talking about them. Well, we're owned by Britain and the Jesuits and higher up than Trump, or they don't do nothing for us. So go to my site, Kenny Edwards, son of Dennis Edwards of The Temptations, and on YouTube, and check out more there. There are more there. Social Security number, about the birth certificate, about everything.
Okay, he recommends his site, Kenny Edwards, son of Dennis Edwards of The Temptations. The message goes on for several more minutes, but I'm going to take some time and go through his materials, and I'll reach out to him, and maybe he'll call back or I'll call him. I definitely appreciate the message. You can leave messages anytime, 833-311-1984. Again, 311 is when 1984 started. 311-2020. As prophesied in so many of these movies and Simpsons episodes and cartoons. We talked a lot about the World Economic Forum tonight. Let me go ahead and play this clip. One of our overlords.
Through technology, an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? Where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker.
Individual carbon footprint trackers. Everything you eat, everything you drink, everywhere you go, every breath you take, they'll be counting. I said carbon super spreaders will be the next thing. One of their main goals, they want to have net carbon zero, World War Zero, net carbon zero by 2030. What do you think that means? If they want to cut our collective carbon footprint in half, it means travel half as much, eat half as much. I think that's what it means. It means live in a shanty town. It means don't do your laundry, stop showering. It means do with less. Meanwhile, these guys who tell you to do with less fly around in private jets. It's quite remarkable. This climate hysteria is at an all-time high, which is why they're definitely going to start censoring any kind of criticism. And of course, they've told us many times that it's going to heat up, then it's going to freeze, it's always changing. They're always moving the goalpost. But we're the conspiracy theorists. We're the ones spreading dangerous misinformation when their true believers are the ones who are running out there and setting themselves on fire. A few more small points here. Fact check. USA Today did this a few days ago. Antarctica is not an ice wall. Yeah, this is from November the 16th, 2022. Antarctica is an ice wall that surrounds the flat Earth. Flat earthers have been circulating for years. And a recent post adds another element, a claim that the world's surrounded by an ice wall. I'm kind of surprised that USA Today has taken the time to deal with this. Antarctica is a continent in the southern hemisphere. Satellite data shows that it does not extend around the Earth. In addition, an ice wall would not be sustainable. Okay, wouldn't be sustainable. My point in bringing this up is we've been talking about Agent Smiths, gatekeeping, reality reinforcement, and it just seems like every once in a while they have to update everybody on the correct beliefs and make sure that all the Agent Smiths have their lines. Oh, if somebody says, hey, that moon landing looks kind of fake, you can instantly, jump to this. You can fact check them. And now fact checking is reality denialism enforcement. They got to make sure you're denying the right realities. Things are definitely topsy-turvy through the looking glass. By the way, Trump's announcement for his 2024 run was 666 days after he left office. And the speech went on for a rambling 66 minutes. 666 and 66. Nothing to see there. All right, this has been great. We will continue tomorrow. I want to say special thanks to PTRIPA103 and all of the others. Every one of you that comments, shares, and subscribes. We are a vibrant think tank, and I really see nothing but expansion into the future. You can see how they shoot down a server, and we're back. They pulled us off 25 podcasting platforms. We reconstitute. It's becoming increasingly difficult for them to keep us from being visible on all platforms, and that's kind of been the purpose. I realized when we started this channel that we're venturing into areas that are just going to be increasingly censorable as they turn the minds of the masses off of open-minded conjecture, and I think we've evolved, aptly to the conditions, and we've consistently surrounded ourselves and we've brought into our midst people who are adept at weaponizing memes like nowhere else. This is the only true counterculture if you think about it. When it comes to the world stage, everything is world stage reinforcement, reinforcing nihilism, misanthropy. We're all going to die. We all should die. Useless breathers. Let's count how many breaths you're taking. You had too many breaths. You don't have any true counterculture, and that's because they don't want people going against the mob. It's based on peer pressure and fashion. They use fashion to enforce fascism, and it's very effective. But anyway, here's a case in point. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Mask of the Beast. We'll be back tomorrow morning, and sign up for the newsletter. I'll put a link below. That way you can get the archives once they're processed.
Mask of the beast, gone totally retarded. Auto believers of the television programming. 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Oh, I think they made a typo, just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S.
$1984. By the way, phones are open. Numbers on the screen. Whatever you want to talk about tonight, whatever you want to discuss, whatever you think is important. There are so many things to talk about. I think everyone here has Kanye fatigue, but they whipped out this Kanye card, this race card thing, and now they're giving him a huge platform on Twitter. And I think Twitter is probably being set up to be parlored. You know how they start pulling him off of Apple and Google. But anyway, they brought that out to get rid of the whole nuke thing. Before Kanye was on his racist or anti-Semitic tirade, everybody was worried about Armageddon and the end of the world. And it's like, this is it. This is the distraction. And this is what they have been doing habitually. There's a pattern. It's an MO. It's like, okay, well, 18 years, 19 years, radical Islamic terror, gone. COVID, it's the only thing we talk about. Gone. Putin. And I was like, well, what's going to take this off of the minds of the masses? What's going to change our focus? And it became Kanye, clearly. I'm not sure what's next. I don't know. Perhaps they're setting us up and distracting us for what's happening on the 8th, the Ultra Mega Blood Moon. Just a heads up. All right, let's see here. We are joined by a lot of people already. Sent out the penguin signal by text. Again, infiniteplane.media. You can get the text alerts. Joined here by Salty Siren, Cope Aesthetics, 737, Shannon Jones. Rocco Exploring again, says good vibes. 737 says smells like Cypress Hill concert in here. Randy H, first time watching live. I only catch you on Spotify. Yeah, recently we were pulled off of Spotify. And I messaged them and I said, what's the complaint here? Because somebody lodged a copyright complaint against the podcast. Not any specific track, not some specific clip, but against the whole thing. They claimed they owned it. And I wasn't notified of this complaint. They just pulled my podcast down, and I had to spend a day and a half reconstituting it. No big deal. Now we have redundancies. Just search Infinite Plane Radio. You'll find us everywhere on every platform. But some malicious actor struck us down. No big deal. Although I noted that Spotify's headquarters is in the One World Trade Tower, which I've never been to. We were just talking about 9/11 in the Discord server. And we were asking, has anyone here actually been inside of the Twin Towers? Because the discussion got into the area of, is this thing theater? Is it real? Were the towers even occupied? And that's kind of where our discussion ended when I started this. And, people are at different levels of, I'm not going to say understanding, but I'll say different, people have different perspectives. They've arrived at different conclusions when it comes to these various events. You have the general consensus is the mainstream the alternative is usually a spin off of that. Usually it's just a partisan angle, but if you go into the conspiracy realm, it's generally going to fall under what you'd call false flag, which means they believe it happened. They just think somebody else did it, and it becomes a bit of intrigue, a whodunit. What we do here isn't really a whodunit type of investigation because we don't agree that it even happened. And that's why I define what we do here as the off-world stage perspective. We're not assuming that what is presented through world stage media outlets is real without having any kind of fact checking. And fact checking on the level we do today wasn't possible when 9/11 happened. Nobody knew the truth about that day, 9/11 on that day, except for those who were on the inside. It would not have been possible to have arrived at the necessary conclusion or the right conclusions because it wasn't really until later that people started to include into their assessment special effects, movie special effects, and their use in PSYOP. And it was well known even then that these things were in use in foreign media, but there is no such thing. All the media is, quote, global. It is monolithic. But 9/11 is relevant. I often refer to revisiting previous events and examining why did we conclude this was a hoax and what else has shown up in the meantime. I call it retro auto hoaxing, but 9/11 is still very relevant and timely because when you get into the symbolic layer of meaning to these events, that's where it gets into the events being interconnected in their own fictional universe, which happens to be astronomically aligned. The alignments give away part of the story, which is astrotheological. It's all tied into the cult that runs the world and their mystery Babylon religion. And for the last couple of days, I've been listening to the audiobook. I think it's called Love and Rockets. Is it Love and Rockets or Sex and Rockets? Jack Parsons? Yes. Sex and Rockets, The Occult World of Jack Parsons. I've been listening to the audiobook version of it, and this is about the beginning of the space program, where it all started and how it mixed with movie magic. And that's kind of one of the things I wanted to talk about today. It's just how much of our worldview has been shaped by movie magic. And when you get into the origin of this, of film, but also rocket science, it gets to be kind of a dead giveaway that at some point in the last 100 years, the collective awareness was somehow put through the same filter. And I think the big trick here is the belief in what's on the screen as though it constitutes evidence. It's what you would call an epistemological inversion. We've been pulled through the screen, like Alice in Wonderland through the looking glass. We are in what you could call this Wonderland, which is a fictional universe superimposed upon the real thing. Like, I'm not saying anything's fake necessarily. I'm not a reality denialist. Like, yeah, sure, towers went down, a new one came up, but the explanations they gave us on TV don't add up, and they don't have to necessarily for the fact that they all went down to be true. Some people think it was direct energy weapons, some people think it was planes and jet fuel, others have other explanations. People blame radical Islam, people blame skull and bones, reptilians, Israel, whatever your explanation. But my point is, most of these types of explanations that people reach for involve assuming the thing happened as reported and that there were casualties. And what we get into here, or what we've been really looking at this whole time on this channel specifically, is if we eliminate the screen as evidence, if we assume that the media has some inherent bias that even its front of the line reporters, they wouldn't necessarily know about, then we have to realize that, yeah, it's not trustworthy, and there has to be alternative sources. There has to be something to corroborate with that. And what happens is, when you critically examine these stories, you're left with less, you're not left with more if you're actually being objective. Like, I'm not going to say direct energy weapons did 9/11 because, again, I can't even prove the thing happened. Most conspiracy conjecture is just layering new explanations and additional explanations atop of what everybody agrees happened. And again, I'm not in that business of conspiracy theory. More than anything, we're just reverse engineering things. And this is not really hate speech or misinformation so much as just, I would say, critical um, news analysis. I mean, what's the big deal about being a critic? And for some reason, they have decided that this is too much. It constitutes hate speech to be a non-believer, and that's probably one of the reasons why we're pulled off some of these platforms. But I have no intention of changing our perspective or as far as the method here, unless somebody can provide evidence that CGI planes can melt steel. Diana says, are you on DLive? Yes, if you go to DLive Infinite Plane Radio, we are there. And yes, text alerts will continue. But now there's something else though. It's important not to take it for granted that people are all on the same sheet here. A lot of people aren't totally on the same sheet with everything, for sure. And I don't want to give the impression that there is some kind of consensus, like a set of beliefs you just adopt. Because to me, it's not about believing the right things. Because then what happens is they realize, okay, the mainstream news is lying. Who can I listen to? The guy selling all the male vitality pills. Let me listen to him. He's got the loudest voice. And they're just trading one source for the other. And the approach here is your source ought to be yourself. The final arbiter of truth ought to be your own critical thinking faculties. Angst G says CGI planes can melt CGI steel. They can actually, very badly. All right, let's see here. And look, it's not ancient history. 9/11 again is connected to all these other events symbolically. And when I say symbolically, let's go ahead and revisit a couple of things, because there are some objective things I can point to here that that there's a deeper story behind 9/11, and that the story is actually, I think, in my view, it's the main thing. But to me, this shows you that the predictive programming does in fact precede what actually happens. At a minimum, this shows you that 9/11 was planned before the thing even happened, before they were even built, let's say 30 years, 33 years. They went down after 33 years. I mean, that's part of the code here. But here's an article by chartword.com. Stanley Kubrick's faked death and the 9/11 hoax. I'm not going to go through all of it, but there are just a few things I wanted to point out that I think are undeniable. And then I also wanted to point out something recent. Just the other day, Joe Rogan was cited for mentioning that there's going to be a red wave on 11/8, during the midterms. He said there's going to be a red wave, very specific term. And he said it's going to be like the scene in The Shining. And he's referring to the scene in The Shining when the elevators open up and the blood pours out. And if you haven't seen The Shining, it's this iconic scene in Kubrick's The Shining. The elevators open up and blood pours out. But this has been cited as a 9/11 reference. Again, there are many 9/11 references throughout The Shining. But if you look at the elevators, it gives the appearance of being twin towers. Anyway, that's been in the news recently because, again, Joe Rogan said this red wave is going to be like the scene in The Shining when the elevators open. And I thought, what an ominous thing there. Just considering, well, I would say it's just ominous, the red wave. We've been hearing about this. They're going to flood the pole. Batman film, flood the polls, and it was the terrorist QAnon representative in that film, the Riddler, who sent out his terrorists. But anyway, he references the red wave, and I thought, interesting, kind of a 9/11-y reference if you look at it from this perspective. And interestingly, on the Queen's death procession, the twins from the Shining movie were actually there. They made an appearance, and they were in front of the London Tower Bridge, which has the two towers. And I'll get to all of this, but let me get into this here because this is key. Now here we are looking at the connections between the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, the 9/11 attacks, The Shining, and the 9/11 attacks, Full Metal Jacket. Many of these connections are things we've talked about frequently, but the ones that I want to focus on are the ones that are given away in the architecture. At ground zero, you have the Millennium Hilton. And the Millennium Hilton looks like a big black monolith. And of course, the purpose of this here, this hotel, Millennium Hilton, looking over Ground Zero, it ties into the predictive programming in 2001: A Space Odyssey, where the monolith plays a prominent role at the end. But it's at Ground Zero, and this is a huge clue, and it figures prominently throughout much of his scripting here. This common theme here of two into one, the 2001: A Space Odyssey. And here's a scene of Flight 175 speeding towards the South Tower. And this has been compared here to a scene in 2001: A Space Odyssey where a space plane approaches the space station. Then you have a scene in Kubrick's Doctor Strangelove, which revolves around a jet airplane on a low rogue mission, very low to the ground. And this has a lot of connections to Flight 77, which hit the Pentagon. You have other connections, again, have been made between Kubrick's films and 9/11. It's pretty extensive, actually, especially when you get into the ones in The Shining. But also Full Metal Jacket, which, if you go into the work of Chartword, he explains how he's concluded that Joker, the protagonist, represents JFK. And of course, the side of his helmet has the target on it, on the side that, this is again a reference to Kennedy getting shot in the side of the head. But without getting too far ahead, I just wanted to point out that much of the predictive programming in the work of Kubrick suggests that his work is not just faking space, but it's also these terror attacks, but they're connected in a way here. As in, all of these PSYOPs aren't necessarily about convincing you of one particular ideology or another. It's about the overarching world view. And I think it's moving us into a singular world order, singular monolithic, new monotheistic religion. And I think that's pretty much what is uniting us now. If you look at the climate change religion and how that's uniting us globally in every way, how COVID united us globally, that's what I mean when they say that they're installing a new religion. I mean, they already have. Outer space, space junk, anything that's a universal threat, is part of this thing. But again, my point here overall was that I look at the theatrical and the narrative underpinnings to all of these events, the predictive programming, the concurrent programming, and all of it adds up, especially when you look at the interconnected nature of all these fake events. It all adds up to what we're looking at as far as there being a worldview, a religion for all intents and purposes, but essentially a filter that has gone over the minds of the masses and have put us all into a false worldview. Like the whole idea of questioning the shape of the world to me is just kind of like, it's not really even about that. It's about one, how big of a lie can they tell? But two, it's about worldview. Because whatever the shape the earth is, you're only going to see it as it is. You can't see the curve. We're not big enough. It doesn't even make a difference in how you live your life. But it's about the worldview being superimposed, one that might artificially constrain your migration, or who knows what else. But worldview warfare, if you ask me, is the real role behind NASA. If space is fake, if space is fake as they've presented it to us in all of their movies and video games and programming, if it doesn't exist as they say, then what is NASA doing? Are they just making money by providing bad science fiction? Or are they engaged in maybe something else? Perhaps maybe, because here's the connection I've been looking at recently. It has to do with Kubrick. With Kubrick, you have the connection between outer space fakery and stuff on the ground. For example, the JFK assassination. And, this kind of suggests to me that maybe that whole PSYWAR department is, about everything, the big picture. And it also explains this little mystery about Lee Harvey Oswald and Riley's Coffee, and why so many of his coworkers went to go work with NASA, Grassy Knoll. Well, what if the Grassy Knoll was just part of the set for a movie, and the same director from Apollo 11 was the director for that? Rocco Calzone says the world stage is a cult worldview. The Bibles of the world have been supplanted by the TV and the media. And one of the points I make here when I say that there's a cult that runs the world, we're talking about the astrological timing of things that comport with these older myths. And I'm suggesting here that just as the religions, like the Abrahamic faiths, they're all based on this astrotheological uh, religion. They're based on the personification of the sun, the moon, the stars, the constellations. The storyline is based in the stars and the timing, the the movement of the sun through the course of the year. And I think that the mass media, having replaced religion, is still the same basic cult, and everything is still time. They still give us the same myths, the same rituals. I mean, look at the significance that we see on certain dates. Like, in this chat tonight, we were talking about 9/11, which is the New Year's in the Coptic calendar, and the significance to the dog star, and how, interestingly enough, New Year's Eve, which we celebrate here throughout the world, January 1st, that's when Sirius the dog star reaches its highest point, after which it falls. And I'm just saying, you have these mass rituals that everybody's involved in, and many may not know that when they're counting down to the ball dropping for the new year, they're drawing down the energies of Sirius, or at least that's what the ritual's about. I mean, my point is, it's not labeled, oh, you're going to be participating in some ancient cultic religion that's really super obsessed with the calendars. No, they don't mention that. Randy H says, remember folding up the dollar bill as a kid and making the Twin Towers? Right. Well, here's some interesting things about that. The $20 bill and the Twin Towers on the back, I actually have that image. There's a couple of things about it. One, there are so many connections between the Twin Cities event of George Floyd and Derek Chauvin and 9/11, and it all starts with a $20 bill that he passes on that happened to be fake. But the Twin Cities, 20 derives from Twin 10. But the whole thing is just nothing but symbolism when you get down to it. But remember, 9/11 starts off, the first plane hits the first tower at 8:46 a.m. 8:46. George Floyd kneeled on 8:46. And in the Twin Cities that day, the sun set at 8:46. And these alignments, these are the things that I'm saying are very precise. And the significance of these things cannot be overstated. And all of these events are interconnected. And it's all tied into the same symbolic system, and it's all based on, I'm saying, this astrotheological cult, whatever you want to call it. I mean, there is no, I couldn't point a finger at any one thing, but there is a system of symbols that involves, it's pretty, I would say, repetitive. I mean, you can almost, well, we've been discerning the meanings of very specific symbols, I would say, and we can go through this stuff. This is the part, this is the aspect to the PSYOP that, to me, really shows you that it is not as televised. There's too much meticulous planning, too much detail, too much really good writing in some of these instances. But there's quite a lot to decode. But let me go over this really quick. This is from chartword.com. You have the twins. Again, we're talking about the twins in the hallway on The Shining. Creepy twins, blue dresses, and they represent the Twin Towers. Now, they were not twins in the book, but Kubrick insisted upon this for a reason. Then you have Danny in a tricycle, and he's going towards them as though he's going to crash into them. Then it cuts to a flat in blood on the ground. There's an overturned chair and a fireman's axe. Gruesome scene. The twins have been, hacked in the middle. Looks like CGI planes just cut holes right through them. Next image, you're looking at ground zero. The whole fireman looks like the structure of the chair in the metal remnants of the towers. And then the next scene, you have Danny throwing darts. Okay, Danny throwing darts emphasizes the projectile going towards the towers. As he's throwing darts, the twins are in the back of the room. The twins are standing adjacent to the Bell telephone tower phone booth. At ground zero, next to the Twin Towers, you have the Bell telephone tower. These are the alignments I was referring to. These alignments in the movie, including the monolith at Ground Zero, are some of the strongest bits of evidence that you're looking at a massive theatrical production. Also note Millennium Hilton, and here's something you will not be able to unsee. Look at the Hilton logo. It is quite obvious you're looking at the Twin Towers and the flight trajectory of a plane heading toward the Twin Towers. And I have a lot of examples of the symbolism in 9/11 in the book Metascript Decoded, and I'm probably going to write an updated version of it. I published it in early 2021 to get ahead of a few events that I was more or less predicting based on predictive programming, and I had to get that in print just to set down the premise that yes, we do in fact, we have and we can predict future televised PSYOPs based on the storylines that have been already told to us and what they're telling us right now. Anyway, look at the Hilton logo, Twin Towers, pretty obvious. Let me go through some comments and see what everyone wants to talk about, and I'll open up phones here. Okay, Diana Southhart says, today's live discussion hasn't started on DLive. You know, I wonder if we've been banned there. We get banned everywhere. It's like, it's a hydra. You know, we're a hydra with like 9 heads and about 160 neck stumps. Like, it's a pretty sad looking hydra. Or do the heads just grow back from the stumps? Because a lot of these heads can never be reopened. Like, I think they might have killed DLive. Let me see. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. If you're listening on Facebook, over there on Emperor Zuckerberg's site, I'm sorry, I'm going to switch it out for DLive. You got to look at Zuckerberg's obsession with Augustus Caesar. That's where he gets his haircut. He admits it. He's obsessed. And if you think about it, bread and circuses. What is Facebook? What is social media? It's the circuses. And what does Caesar use? What do they use to gauge the temperament of the mob? Thumbs up, thumbs down. And I see that site as being the circus. You know, and it's all a mental circus that we're in. But the big circus, of course, is social media. Bugs and Netflix. Bugs and social media. All right, let's continue going through some more. Oh, by the way, someone mentioned the $20 bill folded up, giving you the Twin Towers. Well, the $100 bill folded up gives you the Space Needle with an EMP blast above it. And that is interesting if you look at how often the $100 bill is associated with the Space Needle blowing up. Look at the new Sonic movie. He's running through Seattle, throwing bombs in the gutters. It blows up, it floods, jumps out the Space Needle. Anyway, he gets paid in $100 bills. Then you have the movie more recent, Free Guy. When they push the reset button in the simulation, the guy who does it is wearing the $100 bill. That's a consistent thing having to do with the Space Needle and the Centennial Project out there. They put $100 million into it, but there's a ton of predictive programming for 9/11, as most of you here know, and there's just as much for something to occur in Seattle involving the Space Needle and some kind of EMP-like burst. Although, you know, I've entertained the notion that maybe the Ground Zero Seattle event was just Corona. Maybe that's it. I mean, it doesn't have to be a nuke. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not hoping, but we're constantly seeing this reiteration, and nobody knows the future, but there are patterns that are evident. For example, leading up to 3/11/2020, we were already looking at that date. We said Ground Zero Seattle, reboot of civilization. All these codes that we had more or less picked up, phrases that had been repeatedly tossed around. And if you haven't seen the mind maps at metascript.cc, you'll probably like what we put together. I've been putting together a lot of these ideas just to show you how the media does, in a very echo chambery kind of way, get its messaging across all platforms. And it's kind of fascinating to look at it from a detached perspective. All right, let us continue. Randy H. says, you know it's coming when a shill like Rogan starts talking about it. Yes, Joe Rogan talked about a red wave, and I get the impression here that red wave is definitely code for something else as well. You know, the Patriot Front, And of course, you have these other groups that are all there, controlled opposition, in my view. They're all there guarding the polls. You have the ballot box patrol looking for mules, delivering ballots. It's really absurd right now, the level of paranoia on both sides. They both think the other's going to steal the election rigging contest. It's like, why can't we just each side agree to try to rig it to the best of their ability without trying to steal it? But yes, the red wave, and it's also going to be something about the eclipse on 11/8. And if you care to get into it, the 11/8 is rather ominous from a predictive programming point of view. All connects to Donnie Darko and Trump and this Antichrist thing. But yeah, we are going to have a total lunar eclipse. I've heard it called the Ultra MAGA Blood Moon. And MAGA, by the way, if you didn't know, MAGA means witch. MAGA means witch. As in magus. If you're a magus, you are a wizard. You're like Gandalf. But if you're the female counterpart, you're a MAGA. Of course, the MAGA hat, scarlet, not a coincidence. In fact, I did a bit of mind mapping on the symbolism around MAGA and how it connects to many other things. Let's go through some of these mind maps. Some of this stuff is kind of interesting to go through. And I have added some new ones. In fact, I am mapping out right now, I'm putting out on a chart, the path one takes when they choose mainstream versus off-world stage sources. And off-world stage sources would also include yourself as a primary source, and why people arrive at these divergent endpoints. I also mapped out the world stage character we know of as Elon Musk, and why the costume he wore on Halloween was immensely significant in the sense of Kabbalistic symbolism, New Age Thelemic symbolism. And it's disguised as a mere bit of billionaire cosplay on a holiday, but he bought it from a store called Abracadabra, which is a very significant word in the bigger story. But they can hide it in plain sight. He can put on his Antichrist costume and flaunt it. He does it on Halloween, nobody sees it. Alright, let me catch up on some comments. Diana Southhart says, Trump Tower has an upside-down pyramid built into its side. Oh yes. There's quite a lot of interesting facets to the whole Trump Tower thing and Trump himself, but, you know, Donald Trump appeared to us in 1958. Rather, the predictive programming for Donald Trump actually started in 1958. That's how far back. It's always connected time travel, and time travel is a huge part of the Donald Trump story. In fact, Donnie Darko is about time travel. And the QAnoners are big believers in time travel. In fact, there's a Q song that I don't know if I want to play it. There's a Q theme song that I had found once, and it was some horrible robot voice. I think I found it. I don't know if I want to touch it right now. I don't want to. We dealt with the whole thing so much. And Q's really quiet right now. Don't want to say it too much. It's just crazy. You think it's gone. It's like 2022, and 5 years after the fact, they're bringing out Q drops. In fact, they brought it out the other day with the Musk costume. Musk had a smartphone, and it said 10:32 because it was 10:32 p.m. Naturally, the QAnoner said, let's look at Q drop number 1032, which was from 5 years ago, and see if it predicts the future, because they do believe that's what's happening. And it says, this Q drop said something like, it all begins now. It's like fortune cookies. Have you ever read a fortune cookie you didn't agree with? Like, to me, it's like they're so ambiguous. It's like, I am a talented, nice person, I think. Like, it's just so vague, and it's never definitive. It's always got plausible deniability. It's like fortune cookies. I bet QAnoners love those. All right, continuing here, joined by Wonka World. 737 says red rum. Yeah, the red wave's going to be red rum. I have a video that someone put together of Donald Trump surfing the blood wave from that scene in The Shining. And this is all very interesting to me. There's just this Kubrick connection is just deep. And the new Kubrick, the Kubrick of the day is definitely Christopher Nolan. He has that mantle. All right, we're back on D Live. Diana South has found us. David A. Pryor says Spice Girls did a music video for Two Become One at the World Trade Center pre 2001. The towers are focused in on at the beginning. And we're not saying that the Spice Girls bombed the Twin Towers. We're just suggesting here that many of these celebrities and artists are cogs in a machine that is so vast that they probably don't even know it. Like they might have some insights, but I think it would be better for everything to remain in a need to know basis. And what we know, I think, puts us above on the pyramid, the level of in the knownness than most of the people in the media, most of the teleprompter readers who believe what they read, sadly. Lloyd Miller says red means communism. Oh yes, let's get into that for just a moment. Elon Musk wearing a red samurai suit that ties into Iron Man. Iron, and these are all symbolic connections. You can look into it yourself, but Kabbalistically look at the correspondence charts put together in the book 777. You can find these correspondences quite readily. But yes, Elon Musk wearing a red suit, he's associated with Iron Man, Mars, red planet, iron, of course. Then you have red communism, and the red planet is in fact the plan for a communist utopia. It's space communism. It's literally that. And that's why I've been saying that it's interesting how far that some people will go and they stop just short of seeing the truth. Like the majority of conservatives and right-wingers who know that climate change is a hoax, they're like, oh, that's a communist hoax. Watermelon Marxism. Green on the outside, red on the inside. I see through that. Greta, you don't fool me. And she just came out and she said it. She took off her sheepskin and she's a wolf. She's like, yep, I'm a communist. Down with capitalism. That's where they're at. They're just open about it now. And they see that. But they don't recognize that the space program is just an extension of radical environmentalism. It's predicated on all the same things. They echo the same things. The world's going to end. It's flooding. Climate change is destroying the world. We need to go to Mars. We need to live sustainably. We have to live on Earth as we will live on Mars. That's communism. It's a gulag system. It's definitely it's indentured servitude. Maybe that's the best you could say about it. And when you go to Mars, what's going to be there? The plan that they've made it's very ascetic. It really is, by necessity. They've even said that you can donate your blood. You can spill your own blood, have your own sweat and tears mixed into the regolith and made into brick they call astrocrete. Real blood and soil connection with your new final destination. My point being, yes, the whole program to go into Mars, and I'd say even the whole age of Horus that the New Agers are speaking of here, the Aeon of Horus, that is all about turning this world into Mars. And Mars is this utopian perfected society. That's really what it is. It's code. It's not a place. It's not a destination in the sky they're going to take you to. Now, they're going to bring it down here. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the Chinese are dropping space junk right now as we speak. Look, 23-ton Chinese rocket debris falls to Earth over Pacific Ocean. A 23-ton rocket body from China's launch of Long March 5. Well, Long March is one of these phrases that the commies use to emphasize that you're not going to get these capitalists to give up their high standard of living and adopt this and overthrow their employers and unify as workers of the world. It's going to require several generations of brainwashing and a long march through their institutions. This idea of a long march, subversion, I think that's what this Long March rocket could even be representing. Because here you have people around the world think that going to Mars represents the highest achievement of man technologically. Look what we've done. And this is the result of free market and cooperation and these technologies just developed. But in reality, I think that the space program was just sold to us as a way to get us to adopt, again, the civilization of stasis that the environmentalists have planned for us. And they say this, like, I mean, even pre-2020, the discussions about lockdown, they've been ongoing for a long time, but civilization of stasis is one of these phrases that I've been hearing from the space papacy, Pope Bezos. All right, let me continue through some comments. David A. Pryor says Donald J. Darko. Yes. Yes, the movie Donnie Darko is definitely one of these movies that's replete with Donald Trump predictive programming, even stuff about Q. I mean, do you remember the scene where Donnie Darko is watching a football game and he's wearing a sweater and it says Triumph, like Donald Triumph or Donald Trump, and on the screen the football player's jersey's got the number 17. And this is slightly before the scene where he burns the house where the pedo lives and exposes all this Pizzagate-like stuff. I mean, yeah, there were a lot of interesting tie-ins. In fact, it was set in 1988, which was a year that Biden ran for office. I mean, didn't Biden have to, he had to step down for some reason. I think he had been caught with plagiarism. He was lying, repeating someone else's script. I'm not sure what, but. All right, joined by Rourke66. Thanks, Peter W. Thanks for joining. Thirst for Truth. Sleepy Random. Wee says, I would say a good percentage of predictive media is not consciously planned, but organic synchronicities. Perhaps a revealer of a particularly planned event. Interesting. I mean, how would you know? You'd have to find the person that wrote it. And the thing is, I was digging into this question, the meta scripters. Who are the writers? Can we rule out, at this stage, can we rule out human writing and say, hey, this has to be God, has to be some kind of synchronicity, some kind of randomness that just somehow serendipitously creates these events? And I was looking at Christopher Nolan, who does seem to be the Kubrick of our day, and Nolan is associated with Nathan Crowley, who's a grandson or great-grandson of Aleister Crowley. I think grandson. And I was looking, there are some very strong links here to suggest that these synchronicities or these patterns are not organic, but are in fact planted by insiders, and that these are things that are often modifications from the original script in order to make it fit something. All right, let us continue. Sleepy Random says Elon fired 66.6% of Twitter. Right. Yeah, we'll probably talk about Twitter. I saw that Kanye is tweeting up a storm. And we've had this discussion about, some people are saying Kanye's got a point. It's true. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to trust the most popular celebrity in the world who is married to a Kardashian, connected to the whole O.J. Simpson hoax and who knows what else. I'm not sure if I'm going to trust that particular source for anything, especially if they believe that outer space is real. If they think outer space is real and they're planning to go to space and they're in talks, they're so high up the pyramid, I don't think that they can actually go rogue at that point. If they do, it's in a way to incite people to get them to vote a certain way. I mean, look, he's friends with Candace Owens, the whole White Lives Matter thing. And I predicted this back in January based on their story. I said, look, January, February, as Marilyn Manson's story was pretty clear that he was being typecast as this kind of Hades to the Persephone in Evan Woods, the Dolores from Westworld. Then I saw him working with Kanye at that Pluto Return event, Dawn Day 2. And I was like, look, if you just look at the breakdown of the symbolism of the names, Marilyn Manson, the association with Charles Manson, his collaboration with Kanye with Black Skinhead, and you connect that with the song Jail, it kind of foreshadowed something. It said to me, look, we're looking at the future meltdown, the burning down of Kanye West's world, symbolized by the burning house. And this is going to correlate with this Kraken narrative, which is connected with Russia and the burning down of the West, which is what Greta wants to happen. In fact, she said that just today or a couple days ago. But even then, I was saying, we're going to see the burning down of Westworld, Kanye Westworld. It was actually foreshadowed January 9th in that 19-story building fire. That Twin Parks Northwest Tower, when that burned, we were looking at the bigger story and we were saying, look, from a meta scripted perspective here, it looks like the Kanye character, he's going to personify the falling down of the West. And look at the influences that are being blamed. He's blaming Hollywood. He's blaming the corrupt Antichrist West for all intents and purposes, which is specifically who the Russians are targeting, the Antichrist West. Of course, Hollywood is just code for that particular influence. All right, let us continue. Lloyd Miller says, Westworld no longer to be. Yeah, I didn't know if it had anywhere else to go. It ended after the 4th season. But the messaging was pretty clear by the end of Westworld. It tells us pretty much what's going to go down here. I mean, look, I was watching Westworld and I was like, look at this latest episode. You've got the man in black who represents Hades on the Hoover Dam. That's a pretty interesting connection there because Hades, of course, associated with the Kraken. And we've been looking at this repeated theme of a crack in a dam. Liz Cheney had just said, the crack in the dam's going to break regarding 1-6 and Donald Trump. Repeated phrases that just emphasize the same idea. And the next day, there's a bomb at the Hoover Dam. It blew up one of the transformers. Well, I don't know if it's a bomb or something, but one of the transformers blew up. And I thought, that's interesting. Transformers blown up. Turns out that there's a Transformers movie about the Hoover Dam. And it ties into everything that Westworld is about. Artificial intelligence, running loose, AI invasion, non-biological entities, NBIs, consciousness detached from any particular biological entity, but implantable, transplantable. Wonka World says, that's pretty good, Tim. Still some natural sync seems likely, even a small percent. Well, whenever I look at these things, as complex as they are, I think to Arthur C. Clarke's rule about any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. I'm like, okay, what's more likely? And it is, in my view, it is completely fakeable. Everything we see is completely stageable, completely fakeable. But we have to reject the premise that the news media is being honest 100% of the time. And I'm not saying everything is fake. Nobody's saying that. And that would be a gross mischaracterization of the view of those of us who are skeptics of the media. It's almost as bad as saying everything is real, which is precisely what the majority believe. But no, not everything is fake. It's like, if you ever dealt with a pathological liar in your real life, somebody who lies incessantly, a manipulator, if you've dealt with such a person, you couldn't say, oh, they lie all the time. No, they tell the truth sometimes. You ask them the time, the weather. When it comes to things they don't have to lie about, they don't lie. It's only those events that give them strategic advantage. They lie for a short period of time. It's like a spell. They cast their spell and they move on. In fact, if you look into lesser magic, you would find that lying is part of that. And the media does that. The media is a liar. Again, doesn't mean it lies all the time. Garrett Summer says, Westworld canceled because not wanting to expose the end game. Now, it'd be nice to know if we could get, I'd like to know how it ends, though. Have you seen Utopia, the American version? Because in Utopia, the main characters find these comics that were yet to be published that told them the future about this pandemic. And it had all kinds of corona tie-ins, interestingly enough. But the main theme of the story was they knew too much, and they had to be hunted down and killed. And a bunch of people at a comic book convention get brutally killed. I felt bad recommending the movie because it's so gory. Enucleation, is that what they call it? When they pull an eyeball out? I mean, terrible stuff. But anyway, imagine if we were to see this unreleased Westworld. Would they come after us like that? Maybe there is something in there they don't want us to know. Although the end of it was pretty much EMP. Just a heads up. Lots of Space Needle focus. Look, one of the main symbols in Westworld, the whole 4th season, oddly enough, was a Space Needle. There's a character drawing a Space Needle, dreaming of a Space Needle. And it all connected with this idea of this AI takeover, and then some kind of EMP blast wiping them out. But there are some interesting bits of storytelling throughout Westworld. No, I mean, have they? I mean, if they canceled it, I'm assuming the story ends somewhere. I'd like to know where it ends. Like, what would they be concealing? Because as far as I know, it ended. But it seems like every movie on Amazon, everything on Netflix is kind of mirroring that. It has the same themes. One of the most reoccurring themes right now happens to be, aside from space junk and stuff falling from the sky, happens to be the uploading of consciousness. And I don't necessarily think that's even possible or feasible, but they promulgate the stuff to make you believe it is. And why would they do that? Could just be that it's part of the bigger replacement religion. They've replaced your flood gods, your angry flood gods. They've replaced sin with virus and your carbon footprint. They've replaced heaven with outer space. Maybe they need a way to replace transcendence and give you an explanation for the journey of the soul. And if the scientists can tell you that they can upload consciousness, then why do you need to go to church? Those guys don't know anything. These guys can show you under a microscope what sin looks like. It's a little spiky red ball. These guys, they can't even agree. I mean, I'm saying again, the technocracy has used scientism, a perversion of science, to indoctrinate the world into a new religion that's based on their old religion. Nasan says, if something happens to the Space Needle, it will be nobody died, nobody got hurt. On November the 3rd, 2019, there were 3,000 of us live watching the Seattle Space Needle because the predictive programming had us thinking something's going to happen that day. And we were watching real time, and that stadium as well. And instead, there was a Space Needle in Turkey that burned. I was like, what? There's a burning Space Needle, just like on the $100 bill. We're all waiting. We wanted to be live spectators to the next 9/11, which we thought was going to be an 11/3, and no, we were all just like bewildered. It's like, what does this mean? Is that a coincidence, a synchronicity, or something else? Well, the apocalypse and World War III start in Seattle. You can still find a few articles about this, and you can see how people arrive at these conclusions. Well, not really conclusions, but we're just noting patterns. And a list of movies that refer to 11/3 with Seattle as ground zero. And remember, ground zero for the pandemic did in fact take place with just like they said, Seattle. But War Games, Red Dawn, Black Sunday, Sleepless in Seattle. I haven't seen Sleepless in Seattle. I didn't know that was a destruction movie. How It Ends. Now, How It Ends is definitely a big one. And the new Red Dawn starts off with like a snow globe shaking, and it's got a space needle inside of it, and it falls. Superstorm, Zombieland. A lot of bands that have a reference to Seattle and a nuke: Led Zeppelin, World Order, Pearl Jam, 311, Seattle's Dying, Seattle Firefighters, Nuketown, never heard them. The most acknowledged media outlet that predicts the future is The Simpsons, but it's not a prediction or a lucky guess. The creator, Matt Groening, is a 33rd degree Freemason. Mr. Burns is Jacob Rothschild, the richest person in the world. Anyway, there is quite a lot here, as we've all discussed in depth. In fact, 11/3 happens to be Godzilla's birthday. We were kind of celebrating that yesterday. And this is all, again, very consistent with everything that points to 9/11. And to me, it suggests not synchronicity, not randomness, but monolithic media control. But that in order to hide its monolithic nature, it pretends to be decentralized. Big Brother has thousands of faces. Nobody connects the dots. Thank you, Nicotromus. We at IPS appreciate the support. He says, I think a class on Nobody Died on 9/11 at the Institute would be well spent. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to prioritize that one. It's either that or the Mandela effect, but we have a Mandela effect documentary in progress, just explaining the phenomenon, different explanations for what people are experiencing. And I'm going to put that into the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction because lots of it has to do with faulty eyewitness testimony. And it's a very important thing, I think, to understand how memory works when it comes to recalling things and how it can be interfered with retroactively by bad actors on the world stage, by operatives, by media. My point is, Mandela effect is worth studying if we're trying to reverse engineer mass mind fuckery. Now, as far as nobody died on 9/11 or the story of 9/11, the various aspects to it, yes, that deserves a course in itself. It really does. I also want to specify, like put out a list of um, people who are purported to have died on 9/11 who happen to be famous in 33. Another group of those who are listed as having died on 9/11 on their wiki and IMDb bios, but who aren't on the registry. Randy H says, "Where is Crisis Actor Island?" It's look if the world's not flat, Crisis Actor Island is on one of the continents they're not showing us on their fake CGI ball. Commenter Nassan says, "I feel like Lord of the Rings is the real info drop." Now, there is some kind of connection here between Lord of the Rings, the Twin Towers, and I think, is it Nathan Crowley? I'm gonna have to look into that. But you know what? I was digging into this Nathan Crowley production designer and his connection to the Nolans, because it's not just Christopher Nolan, his brothers also. Here we go. Nathan Crowley is a descendant of the infamous black magic occultist Aleister Crowley. Frequently works with Christopher Nolan. I was going down this trail and I started seeing some of the familiar faces, and I saw them showing up around other films that, here we go. And this is interesting in itself. Just look at this. He's the production designer for The Dark Knight. Now, if you look at the symbol of The Dark Knight, it says, "Welcome to a world without rules." And it looks very, I'll just say 9/11-y. If you look at the poster, it looks like Twin Towers. But specifically, it's a burning tower, and the hole is a bat-shaped hole, but it kind of looks like a plane-shaped hole. Moreover, it's a burning bat. And the symbol of the phoenix is one of the reoccurring symbols that you see with this world-spanning cult. And the phoenix represents death and rebirth. It's synonymous with the burning man or with their Christ personified son. It's a repeated theme. The phoenix, that is. And the phoenix has been represented as a bat in this case. And now, not only do the Batman movies tie into other mass events like 9/11 or the Boston bombing, even recently, the most recent Batman movie came out on the day that the Boston bomber had his death penalty reinstated. These movies are also replete with COVID predictive programming years in advance. But think about this part. The bat itself, as a phoenix, the bat was the phoenix, the catalyst for COVID. And the phoenix, of course, represents a reset. It's a reset symbol. They hit the reset the reset button, and the bat was the symbol when it first came out. They were just really emphasizing this wet market, bat soup. And then shortly after the new Batman movie came out, on Earth Day, in fact, you had a guy named Win Bruce. I mean, what a Bruce Wayne-like name, Win Bruce. And Win Bruce set himself on fire at the Supreme Court, like right in front of it. And this is before the Roe v. Wade leak. Now, I'm pointing this out because the bat as a phoenix is a very important symbol in this context, as Joaquin Phoenix played the Joker. And you have this Batman-Joker dialectic, this dynamic that they play. The Joker represents the left, and the left-wing masked uprising of 2020, everybody with the mask, communist revolution, burn the system down. Everybody wearing a mask was participating in the revolution. The Batman movie comes out, and I said, hey, look, just as the Joker, Phoenix, that whole situation preceded 2020, we're going to see the right-wing version coming up with this Batman movie. Batman movie comes out March 4th, and I said, look, March 4th, right-wing terrorists. That's the code. And since then, we've had Patriot Front, Proud Boys. We've had a number of right-wing racist attacks highlighted. The Buffalo shooter. Then, of course, now we have Kanye with his thing. you can see how it's building up on that side of the spectrum. Now you have the armed patrols at the ballot boxes. In the Batman movie, the Riddler sends his terrorists to flood the polls. Gotham is underwater at the end of the movie. 11:6, Gotham's underwater. And if you think about it, 11:6, turn it upside down. Again, it's halfway. If it's underwater, it could be reflected or mirrored, but you can see it. Basically, it's a 9/11. And right now, we're leading up to the midterms, and the slogan of the right is flood the polls. Just like the Riddlers had the terrorists break the dam, and there's your dam reference again, flooding the polls. Let me go through some comments. David A. Pryor says, why so serious? Oh yeah, again, why so serious? And that's a reference to the one with the Joker shooter in Aurora. And the date that movie came out is like July 20th. I think it had some relation to the rising of Sirius, the heliacal rising of Sirius. Something else about that. Oh yes, Heath Ledger. There was a story where the manager of, let me bring this up. This is a pretty good indicator, I think. Apparently Heath Ledger claims, or rather the manager, Rob Pelinka, he's the manager of the Lakers. He had to explain the story he used to tell. Listen to this. Kobe Bryant finally, this is so crazy. Rob Pelinka used to tell this story about how Kobe Bryant needed to up his game. And he said, I need to meet with Heath Ledger. And it says here that apparently Kobe Bryant had dinner with Heath Ledger to talk about his portrayal of the Joker in The Dark Knight. And you can find, there's a video of it here. A video of Pelinka telling the Kobe Ledger story. And this story was going around for some time. And the story is pretty simple, if nonsensical. Kobe Bryant wants to become a better basketball player, so he goes to Heath Ledger because he did so good as Joker. Now, I don't know if the story makes a lot of sense other than name dropping, but this is the story Pelinka was telling. And let me play the story first.
And I remember just a really quick story. There was one time when Kobe, who I worked with for 18 years, was going back to play Madison Square Garden, and he had just seen The Dark Knight. Obviously, you guys saw that movie. And he's like, hey, hook me up with dinner with Heath Ledger because he got so locked into that role. I want to know how he mentally went there. And so he had dinner with Heath, and he talked about how he locks in for a role, and Kobe used some of that in his game against the Knicks in terms of mental preparation. And so I know for you, your craft, your art, how you've gotten to be.
All right, there you have it. Pelinka telling The Rock about how Kobe upped his game by talking to the Joker. Now, the problem with this story is that Heath Ledger was dead at least 6 months by that point. Like, how did Kobe watch a movie and then hang out with that dead actor? And I started thinking, like, what could be the explanation for this? And I think I know the explanation because I don't think he's lying. I think Kobe's like, hey, I'm going to be a death faker, and I'm going to talk to somebody who's mastered it. You know, how'd you make the transition from world of the living to world of the dead? And, you know, death faking, you know, is a very prominent feature on this world stage. They have their own entrance and exit points. All of them are very questionable. You know, and that's one of the ways that I think that is it's like a marketing technique. Death faking, right up there with getting swatted and getting canceled. You know, getting canceled is the new death faking. Like, you think Kanye's losing anything by getting canceled? I don't think so. I think getting canceled didn't hurt Alex Jones either. I think this is, again, just it's for street cred. I don't think it's a coincidence that right now David Icke is being canceled. David Icke cannot go to the Netherlands right now. And I'm thinking, wait, he's got to be riding on the coattails. Look, Netherlands bans UK conspiracy theorist David Icke from the EU. Conspiracy theorist David Icke banned from dozens of European nations for at least 2 years. Lizard elite conspiracy theorist banned from 26 countries. The Dutch government has banned the controversial British conspiracy theorist David Icke from entering the Netherlands. You know, I mean, it sounds bad, but it also, to me, this seems very contrived. He's such a threat to the system. yet he doesn't question NASA. Or maybe he does, but it's one of these things where it's more like NASA's lying, but there's something else going on. The moon's hollow, and we were created by reptilians from Sirius. But then you ask how many people died on any of these events, and the answer is they all died. It was a satanic sacrifice. In fact, David Icke's the one who really started, or really, I don't know if he started it, but he really updated and modernized the whole blood drinking elite thing. I mean, he used to just say it. I used to wonder, how does he not get sued for what he's saying? Everything that QAnon is parroting was parroted by David Icke years ago. They don't go as far as to say that the Queen is a shape-shifting 12-foot reptile, but up to that for the most part. But he's being banned right now, and I'm wondering here, the timing of it just seems a little interesting. And there's been this reoccurring theme with him. He's been banned again and again and again. And how is it that you can be banned and canceled, but everybody knows your name? Going through some comments. Randy H says, they come after you so fast these days, they used to be at least subtle about it. Now they just ban you from the entire country. Right. Well, I remember Michael Savage, the radio host, was miffed about being on a ban list. He wasn't able to go into the UK, I believed. They said he was going to bring about intercommunity violence or tensions because of his views on Islam. You know, and yeah, these bans, I think they're mostly meaningless, but I think they're good for marketing. Like, I really think, like, if I could get banned from the Netherlands, you know, that's the only way to get noticed these days is to be canceled. How do you get canceled? That's the thing. Not that I'm aiming for that. Look, I am in no way trying to appeal to some kind of mass audience on the world stage. What we're doing here is a more, I would say, methodical breakdown and analysis and critique. And yeah, we do crowdsource, especially with these big events, but I'm not really in the business of debating with true believers. Not that I'm opposed to it. I welcome all questions. If somebody says, how dare you say this event was fake? I'm like, well, what is your evidence to counter that? If you're just citing, I saw it on the screen, I'm just going to bring out Hitchens' razor and dismiss it. But I'm willing to answer real questions because I don't arrive at my conclusions flippantly. I don't state anything as a fact without having something to substantiate it. And this may be one of the reasons why we are constantly blocked. In fact, I uploaded the entire 2022 catalog so far from Infinite Plane Radio onto Google Drive. And 12 hours later, I got an email from them. And they're like, oh, this has to go, this has to go, and this has to go. It's like, nobody's listened to it. You're just going to ban it? How did you know it was bannable? Is someone going through this stuff? I don't think so. But I don't think anybody died in 20 plus years of school shootings. You know, you can focus on one particular event and one radio host getting sued for $1 trillion. But what they're not bringing up, because Sandy Hook is one big stinking red herring, what they don't bring up is the fact that there's been 20 years of fake school shootings. All Sandy Hook means is that the burden of proof was shifted to the MSM back in 2012. They lost their credibility. The crisis actor got out of the bag. Like, you can't put that back in. We know about perception management and PSYOPs. We know how these are the rule, not the exception. And I think that Jones was there to ensure that the burden of proof remains on the conspiracy theorist and not on the MSM outlet. Oh, you're going to challenge the story, you have to prove it's fake. No, actually, you have to prove it's real. Not anymore. The public sides with the MSM. That's the role of that entire event, I think. Now, there is a rumor. I want to show you my source. And there are some interesting developments in this area of George News, which I'm going to get to. George News put this out today. What would happen if Apple and Google both decided to remove the Twitter app from their stores? What would happen if they decide Elon is allowing hate speech to fester and grow? Has the commitment for this already been made to happen? Now, you'll notice that this is a series of questions. And that's because, believe it or not, the facts will back me up here. The person behind George News magazine is Q. And everything is a question mark. He's the damn Riddler. Anyway, the word on Q Street is that Twitter's going to go the way of Parler here very soon. And I was looking at Kanye on Twitter, and he's tweeting N-word, he's tweeting um, doubling down on everything. And Jew is the number one trending term next to Antichrist for Musk, and it's leading people to Kanye. And I'm like, this looks like problem, reaction, solution. Oh, look, there's a problem. Everybody react. Bunch of people getting fired, a bunch of celebrities getting miffed, outrage machine turned on, and they're going to say, hey, we're going to have to do this, and then Twitter's going to go. They're going to kill it. Garrett Summer says, V for Vendetta, Guy Fawkes Day, leading to a lunar eclipse, Beaver Moon. Oh yes, the 5th of November, Guy Fawkes Day, that's correct. Was it the powder keg plot? Some kind of Jesuit stooge taking the fall for a failed bombing attempt. Now, Guy Fawkes, of course, is the face of Q, the anonymous face that they've adopted. They just appropriated that. Now, this election day is being hyped up by people like Steve Bannon, War Room, former advisor to Donald Trump, used to be with Breitbart, as being the most significant and momentous election since the 1862 midterms during the Civil War. I think it's hyperbole. It's always, we're one step away from Civil War, we're one step away from World War III. And then we're always one step away from climate change. It's always that. And it's like, okay, well, can we settle on at least World War III or Civil War? Does it have to be, let's just say World War III. Angst G says, illusion, belief, and manifestation. The illusion warfare correspondent Les Luthor was talking about this, how these PSYOPs make things real. And it's true. They simulate it, they fake it into reality. Fake it till you make it. They pretty much do. And the consensus belief matters more. In the court of public opinion, that's what matters more than the facts. That's always been the case. And he mentioned in one of his videos recently that people will say to him, I don't watch TV, as though that's somehow exonerating them from the charge of being brainwashed. And it's like, no, I'm sorry, you're in the TV. If you accept the premise set by this world stage construct, you are in the TV. And when I get back to, that's what I was referencing, Kubrick. See, Stanley Kubrick's movie and the monolith, it's all telling a story symbolically. And the monolith, for all intents and purposes, is your smartphone screen. It doesn't have to be a TV. It's any of these screens that's bringing you your worldview. And the merging with the monolith is the meaning of this space odyssey as we move into the space age. Because the space age is not about going into outer space up there. It's about going into this simulated space. Now that's pretty much what I'm suggesting here. That merging with the monolith means you've gone through the screen. You've accepted the premise that this is real and this is real and this is real. And it may not sound like a lot until you look at it in context. Like, just step back and look at the average brainwashy, just the average climate change believer, not the extremist. The average one is willing to glue himself to an expensive painting to make a political point, to lie in the street and block traffic, to set themselves on fire to score political points. They believe we're in the end times. And they're the ones who believe the science. They believe that if we don't change our ways, the globe is going to flood us. That's just a modern day flood myth. And who tells them? Noah. Not the guy with the beard and the wooden ark, but Noah, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Just like the old Noah from the Old Testament, they've got the symbol of the dove. Same thing. Clean up your wickedness or I'm going to flood the place. Like, this is a religion, this is a cult. We live in a simulation. Angst G says, Les Luthor has a better explanation for the Hegelian dialectic. Oh yes, and look, he's on the ground there talking to people and witnessing. He's an eyewitness. And you know what they call him? The BBC refers to people who fact-check their claims, quote, disaster trolls. It's like he's fact-checking the media. No, he's a disaster troll. They come up with these clever new terms. I kind of like that more than conspiracist, I guess. This is from Street Media TV. Kanye was removed from that wax museum. They actually removed his sculpture, but Hitler's still in there. People think that's kind of unfair. Apparently, Kanye West was literally going to name his 2018 album Yay Hitler. Like that was literally going to be the name of it. Is anybody still interested in Hammer Time at the Pelosi's? I did find an interesting tidbit here. I'll just play this really quick. This is a news clip that was actually pulled. They said it didn't meet their journalistic standards. But this is a clip that I guess this is termed dangerous misinformation. But what they're saying here, and this is NBC News reporting it, okay? This is not a conspiracy theorist. This is NBC News. They're saying, quote, Paul Pelosi opened the door. He didn't flee. He didn't declare an emergency. Then he walked back into the house, after which point he was attacked. I'll play this.
Pelosi home exactly a week ago today. They initially didn't have any idea exactly what was going on. They knew they had a high priority call on their hand. What was unclear, what was happening inside the property just behind me.
This morning, Paul Pelosi is home, back at the house that
Now, here's where they're saying that he opened the door and did not indicate to them it was an emergency.
News learning new details.
New details.
The moments police arrived. Sources familiar with what unfolded in the Pelosi residence now revealing when officers responded to the high priority call, they were seemingly unaware they'd been called to the home of the Speaker of the House. After a knock and announce, the front door was opened by Mr. Pelosi.
All right, there you have it. Now, that right there is an interesting fact. Opened by Mr. Pelosi. And I'm treading into, dangerous turf here just by talking about this. The way that the mass media has set up the right, they set people up to call this out as what it appeared to be, and then call them out for being insensitive, for talking about something that is so atrocious. Of course, the guy's name, DePepe, to me, DePepe the Frog. I mean, come on. Friends, F-R-E-N-S, is in one of his URLs. It's a construct by the left. It's kind of a leftist idea of what a MAGA would make as far as a website goes. It's so phony. But again, this flies in the face of the official narrative. Let me play some more.
The 82-year-old did not immediately declare an emergency or try to leave his home, but instead began walking several feet back into the foyer toward the assailant and away from police.
Now, this story again was pulled later. I wonder why. Pokes a few holes in the narrative they had built. Let's continue.
It's unclear if the 82-year-old was already injured or what his mental state was, say sources. According to court documents, when the officer asked what was going on, defendant smiled and said everything's good.
Everything's good. Okay, well, again, I don't know, nor does anyone else, other than what has been reported. And what has been reported here has been stricken from the record. They pulled this later with an apology about it didn't meet their standards. It's a ministry of truth. NBC deletes report on Pelosi attack. Watch segment here. NBC deleted a story about the attack on Paul Pelosi from the Today Show webpage because it, quote, did not meet our reporting standards. Oh, it wasn't fake enough. I see. It wasn't lying enough. It wasn't divorced from real. It wasn't delusional enough. No, it was too close to real. Got really close to the facts. Let's go ahead and burn that. The suspect, named Pepe the Frog, has confessed to breaking into the speaker's home. Look, this is a world stage name, David DePape. Let's just call him Pepe the Frog at this point. Instead, the video's been deleted and the story's been appended with an editor's note. This piece should not have aired because it did not meet NBC News' reporting standards. The report featured several asides that appeared to unnecessarily call into question certain aspects of the incident. And it highlights here a number of things. We still don't know what unfolded between Mr. Pelosi and the suspect for the 30 minutes they were alone inside the house before the police arrived. Now, of course, this has been turned into another event to blame on right-wingers, and now he's a QAnoner, of course, if you can believe it. And I find that hard to believe anyway. I mean, I kind of understand the QAnon thing being plausible in a way, but unlike most die-hard QAnoners, there's no MAGA hats. There's no MAGA swag. And why is an illegal immigrant from Canada going to be so concerned with American presidential elections? There's just a number of things that don't add up there. But I think it was a hammer attack on free speech. Nothing more than that. Randy H. says questioning is trolling now. Yes, well, I brought up the Batman movie and the significance of the Bat character, and as it relates to this bigger story, he represents the fringe right, Joker's the fringe left. But the new one has the Riddler as the main enemy, and the symbol of the Riddler is a question mark. Like, that's the main evil symbol of the day. It's the question mark. And I'm like, wow, that's interesting. You associate that with all of the extremists. And what is Q? QAnon. Nothing but questions. Every Q drop is just a bunch of questions. And these questions are meant to get you to come to your own conclusions, or they're meant to lead you in circles for 5 years, going on 5 years. And I've been saying, even before the Batman movie came out, that eventually they're going to send in the blue helmeted NATO troops to kick down your doors, beat you up, and rip the question marks off your keyboards. They might not have to do it. They might not actually have to lay a hand on you. Just leave your keyboards outside, and they'll have to inspect them, make sure there's no question marks and no Qs. They might just delete them from the internet. Like every app to be on the iTunes, on the Apple Store, or on the Google, they got to have the question marks removed. On your smartphone devices, they're going to have to just pull them. Why do you need them anyway? And this is another reoccurring theme. 2022, you had the Riddler, the question mark, as the evil symbol. But the movie Don't Look Up, Don't Look Up is about a comet about to destroy the world. But it does destroy the world because people didn't believe climate change because they looked up their own information. They did their own research. Don't look up, we might all die. Okay, let's continue. And hey, the other day I was talking about how George Floyd was killed by climate change, not fentanyl, and not the knee on his neck. And of course, Kanye was nearly sued for $250,000 for saying it was fentanyl, which is the basis of Candace Owens's documentary. I was saying it's climate change because, well, we can't breathe because capitalism. But I'm thinking, no, it's more likely he was killed by misinformation. There was a lot of misinformation about COVID going on around May of 2020. That's probably what took him out. All right, Angst G says Biden delivers final warning to election deniers. Nobody's denying elections happen or that it happened. Nobody's denying it. There are election skeptics. And election skepticism is rife on both sides. It's almost like, at this point, it's becoming a sore loser contest, and I almost don't want to participate. Whoever can cry out the loudest that they were cheated gets to win. Is that how it works? You throw the biggest tantrum, and you get your people to make the most noise, shoot the most bullets, block the most roads, and you win. I'd rather just have it a standard, fair election rigging contest. Tyrone McCloskey says the Pelosi house is probably not where they live. It's a hood for billionaires, but these people rarely stay there. Right. Look, we're so close to the midterms. You really think that a week out from the election, someone so close to the presidency on the other side would be attacked in a way that could be specifically and pointedly blamed on the other side? It's too perfect. And then you have MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Or is it Marjorie Taylor Stein now? Isn't she getting remarried soon? You got Marjorie Taylor out there, January 2021, talking about treason. You got to kill Nancy for treason. They're able to just point fingers so easily. They make it easy. The right gives the left all kinds of ammo. All right, let's see what else here. Going through your comments. Tyrone says these houses are for meetings and fundraisers and such. Well, the left is blaming Q, and the right is blaming crime. And that tells me something. If they have their explanations ready to go, then it's probably a hoax. Like, for example, whenever there's a school shooting, left will say it was the guns, the assault rifle 15s. And the right will say, no, that was caused by weed and antidepressants. And it's a mantra. Literally, alt-right, right-wing. We wouldn't have these school shootings if we didn't have SSRIs and too much weed. It's always super divided. Well, with this event, they're saying, no, this was caused by Q and MAGA and Trump and political discourse getting violent. And the right is saying, no, it's caused by crime because the left is soft on crime, which you could argue, sure. It's just a natural progression. It's not even a slippery slope. You know, one minute you legalize defecating on the sidewalks in public, and the next minute they're going to demand, you know, entrance into your homes with hammers. It's like you have to have some kind of rules in place. I can understand that perspective, but this story, made to order, designed to attack the right wing and justify increasing censorship. In fact, one of the things they've said is it's dangerous because this story was refuted by the conspiracy theory version that it was some kind of lover's spat. That was spread by Elon Musk, you know, Chief Twit, billions of followers. All right, let us continue. Let's just go through here. Hillary Clinton's back in the news, or at least a CGI facsimile. Not just an aberration. Hillary Clinton blasts the GOP's embrace of calls for political violence. Former United States Secretary of State, Senator, First Lady, and 2016 Democrat presidential nominee Hillary Clinton tore into the Republican Party's embrace of political violence and the right wing's collective hypocrisy following the attempted murder of, yes, there is something to what she's saying here. The people on the right in the media, people like Donald Trump Jr., who think the attack was real, are totally wrong for mocking it. Those of us who know it was a hoax are totally in the right by mocking it. It's a completely different set of standards. I mean, it's not a double standard. It's just the fact that if I thought it was real, I wouldn't be flippant about my commentary. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not partisan. And the partisan take on it is just kind of sick. Like, where do you draw the line? And then you had Donald Trump had an attack on his Mar-a-Lago, or some intruder went in there, set off some alarms, probably fake. Sleepy Random says, how can Fetterman run for office? He's worse than Joe Biden mentally. That's very ableist of you, and ageist. Now, Fetterman, yeah, I think he's trying to appeal to something, some kind of grassroots thing, wearing a hoodie and dirty sweatpants. But one of the odd things about him is, as mayor, he was tattooing the death dates of anybody who died under his watch of gun violence. He's like a walking, living tombstone. Very interesting character. Randy H. says, Hillary said some super divisive stuff. Rogan's right. They're making Republicans. What could be more divisive than saying Hillary Clinton eats babies and her husband traffics children? Like, you have to understand that each side is equally culpable in the coming civil war, World War III, apocalypse, nuke-ocalypse, whatever it's going to be. No side looks good. Although objectively speaking, the left is literally crazier than the right by all metrics. You know, left-wingers, libs, they spit, they get violent. I've experienced it. I went to a climate change event, and none of my friends wanted to go protest with me. I got a megaphone and I had a sign that said "Stop Global Warming," but on the back it said, I think it said "Earth is flat." And I just went up to the podium while someone was talking about volcanoes and how they were going to threaten our lives, and I said, "You're brainwashing your children. Global warming's a hoax, and the Earth is flat." And instantly, all 3,000 of them just shapeshifted, just angry, frothing at the mouths, middle fingers up, just practically clawing at me until I got out of there. And yeah, it just shows you, it's like they were all a bunch of, nice silver ponytails one moment, and the next minute, The Walking Dead. 3,000 of them, and they had one single mind. And I've experienced it before. I went over to an Occupy Wall Street protest with a sign that said, God bless capitalism. And you can see the group take on a singular mind. It becomes a superorganism. It's no longer a group of disparate individuals, but it's one being. And it's about as smart as the dumbest member. And it loses its sense of self-preservation. We watched this all throughout the summer of 2020. Yet mobs running at cars. Like the car's a big hunk of metal moving very fast, and they just run in front of it. It's literally like The Walking Dead. And they can get triggered just like that. Okay, let's see. Let's continue here. Tyrone McCloskey says, Fetterman is a new version of Jesse Ventura, but Oprah wants her stooge doctor directly in the Senate. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't kept up too much other than to listen to, a few podcasts about these characters. And I have to say that people like Steve Bannon and others have been merciless, attacking Fetterman, not on his positions, on his party platforms, but on his looks, or on how he appears. He was described as being satanic. It's like, just because you're bald and you got a goatee and you're dressed in black and you have the death dates of people who died, strangers who died all over your body, doesn't mean you look like a Satanist. For a minute there, I was like, man, maybe this guy's actually sacrificing those people. It's like, here, my Dark Lord, and put the death date. Let me become president. Like he's trying to work his way up the pyramid the old school way, the fast track way. Oh yeah, if you're a Satanist, you don't need to go through years and years of the climbing up the political hierarchy. You get the fast track. Why else would the guy be tattooing dead people on his arms? Let me bring that up, just so you know, I'm not exaggerating at all. His tattoos are strange. Fetterman's tattoos under scrutiny in Pennsylvania Senate. Fetterman has here it is, the dates tattooed of people killed through violence. People.com, John Fetterman reveals the story behind his tattoos. Tucker Carlson called the tattoos fake. What? That's fair. Just so you know, tattoos are 100% fakeable. I'm pretty sure that the QAnon shaman's tattoos were fake. They were very incoherent, inconsistent with his, hippie New Age worldview. The white power stuff didn't make sense. They were all fake. And I'm pretty sure that the QAnon shaman is Owen Schroyer from InfoWars. All right, here we go. Fetterman writes that each of the tattoos on his arm marks a day on which someone died violently while he was mayor in Braddock, Pennsylvania. The first one is 1/16/06. That's the date on which Christopher Williams was shot dead while delivering pizza. Okay, now that's interesting. Fetterman goes on to detail the other dates memorialized with his tattoos. My decision to mark these deaths with tattoos was inspired by their permanence, the fact that these people and their stories will be with me forever. You know how Freddy Krueger accumulates the souls of his victims? Like, if you're not familiar with the story, Freddy Krueger kills people in their dreams, and then he assimilates their souls. And at the end, when they defeat Freddy Krueger, all the souls get released. Like, I'm getting Freddy Krueger vibes off Fetterman. I get that etching art permanently onto your body isn't how most politicians would express their concerns for their communities. But I don't care what anyone else thinks, it feels right to me. Carlson said, quote, all your stupid fake tattoos, it's a costume. Duh, it's not real. Man, Tucker Carlson is a bully. Auto-hoaxing a guy's tattoos. Tyrone McCloskey says there's nothing organic about Fetterman. Yeah, it's almost like Emperor's New Clothes. It's one of these things where how can people act like there's nothing there? Same with Biden. We have a lot of these naked emperors just bumbling around, and they're surrounded by people just worshiping them. And then you're like, hey, that emperor has no clothes. Can you do something? And they're like, conspiracy theorist, hater, silence. burn your books, censor you, take down your podcast, pull you off of 25 platforms, delete your Google Drive. It's like, could you at least tell me what I'm saying wrong here? Like, what do I have to do to stay on Spotify? Do I have to spout anti-Semitic rhetoric? But I think we are very much a targeted channel, and I think it's just because we're a little too critical and they don't like criticism. Pelosi attack deniers are clearing the way for something even more sinister. Rawstory.com. Stuart Rhodes messaged Trump begging him to conduct mass arrests. There's a lot coming out. Anybody who went to 1-6 was basically duped. It was a honeypot. You were following some stoner goofball like Baked Alaska, laughing, guffawing, coughing COVID on Speaker Pelosi's phone. Oh, just harmless fun. Guy walking around with a Viking costume. It's all a big joke. Nothing serious. And then you have this guy who says, yeah, we were trying to get permission to kill the other side. And then, of course, everyone's attached to it. Just a setup. All right, let's continue through my notes. If you want to call in, I'll open up phones. It's 833-311-1984. All topics are open tonight. I don't know if this is because they all have the same costume department backstage in the PSYOP entertainment complex, but it is kind of notable here that if you compare the glasses of Nick Cruz, Jeffrey Dahmer, the Zodiac Killer, and young Hillary Clinton, like they all do look kind of the same. I'm not sure what they're trying to convey here. Robert Bell says Fetterman will get into pillow sales. Yeah, we had a pretty good South Pole skit where Candace Owen is talking to Kanye and he's like, he's been canceled. He wants to get back his billionaire status, but he needs to find a source of cheap slave labor. And she takes him over to her favorite election denialist friend, Mike Lindell, who has overstock, tons of pillowcases he can't sell, and they basically make a deal with Kanye that they're going to make them into Klan hoods. Anyway, that cartoon should have been viral by now, or at least it should still be on TikTok, but it's not even findable. It's been burned. Kyrie Irving gave $500,000 to the ADL. Kyrie Irving apologizes after the Nets suspend him for refusing to disavow anti-Semitism. He gets suspended because he won't disavow an InfoWars video about globalists. You can't say globalist, you can't say reptile without them misattributing what you're saying to what they're saying that you're saying. So he gave the ADL $500,000. It's like, here's $500,000. I'm sorry. And they gave it back. The ADL gave back Kyrie Irving's $500,000 donation. They don't want his money. It says here, we were optimistic, but after watching the debacle of a press conference, it's clear that Kyrie feels no accountability for his actions. Apologizing is not enough. Now listen to this. Kanye West's lawyer warns that his anti-Semitic remarks could cost him custody of his children. They're definitely escalating it. Yeah, if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. I'm going to be scheduling some guests very soon as well. I want to get a few people on. Les Luther, someone I want to speak to soon as well. Longer than 30 minutes this time. The other night we ended on a talk about how Musk is part of this idea of introducing AI and Neuralink, and how this technocratic elite's new religion requires a God construct. And it's going to be personified in some way at some point, I think, by AI. That I don't believe in artificial intelligence as some sort of spontaneously sentient being or any of that, but I think the public can be convinced of some talking statue, an idol. They'll fall for anything. Anyway, this Danish political party, the Synthetic Party, is led by an AI named Leader Lars. And this is very consistent with the World Economic Forum's idea of Gaia, this notion that, human government It's fickle. Human beings, we're not all that dependable. We have our loyalties. We can be manipulated. Human beings are too emotional. We need some kind of higher mind. While the World Economic Forum launches the new global initiative Gaia, the Global AI Action Alliance, which will harness the transformative potential of AI by accelerating its adoption globally. This is, again, World Economic Forum. And now you have this Danish party, the synthetic party, claiming that they have an intelligent representative in AI. And they're trying to get it a seat. We're representing the data on all fringe parties, so it's like all of the parties who are trying to get elected into parliament, but we don't have a seat. So it's a person who has formed a political vision of their own that they would like to realize. This is someone talking about it. This is the artist researcher. But essentially it's this. Leader Lars is an AI chatbot that you can speak to on Discord. It's a chatbot. And of course, look, this is no different than what we already have. It's just a different form of puppet. But the idea that it's artificial intelligence gives it this distance. It gives it the idea it's higher. They have now an argument from authority somewhat built into it. It's objective. Lean Dion says Black Mirror episode about the digital politician. That's right. Black Mirror, a lot of interesting foreshadowing there. Here's a short excerpt, and this was Wonka World. Thank you for excising this. We're both reading the same book. It's that documentary or biography on Jack Parsons. Caltech scientists who include, now this is again a reference to JPL, Jack Parsons, and these rocket scientists at the very beginning, before landing on the moon or going to space was even taken seriously. But listen to this. Those aspects of science which the scientific purist damns as mumbo jumbo, those new alchemies and astrologies, out of which the race may in time construct unsurmised wonders of chemistry and astronomy. This is just an example here talking about the Manana Club, this book club, and how you couldn't really separate science fiction from early discussion about going into space, and all of the ideas about space travel came from science fiction. Science fiction preceded every aspect of it. And at some point, the science fiction became real. But what I'm learning, or in this book, this biography, I'm listening to the audiobook, is just that leading up to the Apollo mission, there was a lot of skepticism about what they were planning to do, and it just seems like that was all scrubbed. I'd like to hear more of the critical takes on these things before they had this complete hijacking of the mass mind with this magic trick of landing people on the moon, making science fiction real. And this is very significant that it has Kubrick involved, because Kubrick is all about this merging with the monolith concept and merging with the screen, being pulled into this fake reality. And if nothing else, you could say the moon landing did pull people into a new paradigm. It did validate all of their science, validated a worldview, and it validated the existence of this new heaven. Again, the moon will be in here we go, blood moon, lunar eclipse. I think somebody said beaver moon, but it says here, first ever election day blood moon. Lunar eclipse, November the 8th. This will be the second and final lunar eclipse of 2022. It's been dubbed the Ultra Maga Moon, a reference to the red wave. Now, I mentioned the Patriot Front, and the founder of the Patriot Front is someone named Thomas Rousseau. And I thought, okay, this is an interesting name, because look at Rousseau, you have the Genevan philosopher who is credited with the ideas that led to the French Revolution, a red wave. Patriot Front, Thomas Rousseau, affiliated with the Daily Stormer, a white nationalist neo-fascist group, huge part of the alt-right. Again, Patriot Front, sorry, no girls allowed, but it's this right-wing Antifa. Now here we are approaching midterms, Patriot Front at the ballot boxes. Their leader's name is Rousseau. If that's not a red wave reference, I don't know what is. That's to me that's clear, predictive programming. A world stage character with a name like that kind of reminds me of Kenosha. Kenosha was kicked off because of the shooting of Jacob Blake. And I believe it was Conspiracy Charlatan emailed me about it then. He said, hey, look, Jacob Blake could be a reference to the Black Jacobins, a reference to this French Revolution style. Let me bring that up. That's another important key here. Here we go. We're talking about the Haitian Revolution compared to the French Revolution and future slave revolutions. The Black Jacobins. And there's a pretty good book about it. The point, though, is Jacob Blake, the name. And of course, this is before Kenosha and that entire thing. And I believe he didn't actually even die. He was visited in his hospital room by Kamala Harris. Lean Dion says the name Chauvin has origins with one of Napoleon's soldiers, apparently. Interesting. Right. And then you have the Proud Boys leader, one of these exposes a Fed, I believe, who's wearing a shirt that says Western Chauvinist, and Chauvin is highlighted. Derek Western Chauvinism. All right, let's continue going through my notes for the night. I'm going to leave the phones open if anybody wants to call in. Greta Thunberg has been in the news recently. If you haven't noticed, it's more of the same, but now she's actually open because generally they talk about saving the planet. And now they're talking about, she's openly espousing the idea that the West needs to be changed. This is from LA or ladbible.com. Greta Thunberg says it's time to, quote, overthrow the West's obsession with capitalism. Another scathing rant. Greta Thunberg, it's time to transform the West's oppressive and racist capitalist system. There's Greta Thunberg, just going full out Marxist. But think of the significance of her phrasing here about the West needs to go, overthrow the West. I've been making this correlation in a few ways. Go back to January 9th, the Bronx fire, Twin Parks Northwest Tower burns, 19 story, 19 victims initially reported. Again, 1/9, all kinds of 9/11 references. They said it was caused by a space heater. And if you take that term space heater, that's obviously to me a reference to the space wars heating up. And they're heating up over the West's system, which is destroying the planet, and we cannot go into space as capitalists. That's one of the stories here. Space heaters. The space heater is necessitated because of climate change caused by our racist system that messed up the weather. And these people were poor, and they had to use space heaters because the rich people took all the money. There are a number of narratives built into the story of the Northwest Tower burning. And I was saying that this is a reference to space wars, it's a reference to the climate change thing, and it's a reference to the burning of the West, this because it's a Northwest Tower. And I was pointing out even, in fact, someone who was there was pointing out that the fire engine was number 42, and Northwest could easily be a reference to, of course, Seattle, state number 42 being Washington. But anyway, we were breaking down the symbolism behind that event, and back then in January I was saying the West is going to burn in the space wars. We're going to get hit by Russia. And this corresponds, of course, to the burning of Kanye West's world, which became apparent in February when his life was falling apart with this Pete Davidson thing. And Pete Davidson's dad died on 9/11 at the age of 33. Just a side note. But back in January, February, we were saying, yeah, the West is going to burn, and Kanye West is going to be some kind of sacrifice that coincides with this, and he's going to exemplify everything about the West that needs to burn. Maybe we've passed the point of no return, and we're in a decline, and the Kardashians just represent the peak of whatever we were on, and it's all going to burn down. Waynell Sexton says, Chauvin acquitted will kick it off. Waynell, oh yeah, you were George Floyd's teacher, that's right. Sad what happened, misinformation. Molly Russell's getting all the credit for being the first misinformation death by internet. Molly Russell, the bleakest of worlds. Yeah, this is the one. Cause of death has been ruled death by internet for the most part. Social media companies blamed. Anyway, yes, George Floyd killed by dangerous misinformation. All right, let's continue. And this is fake, by the way. Greta Thunberg, again, she's in the news because now she's saying we're going to overthrow your world. We're going to burn down your system. And this picture is circulating where she's gone through some kind of a filter. They made her look a little heavier. That's fake news, just saying. People are cruel. But then again, she does want to essentially exterminate everybody, lock you down, ubiquitous home incarceration. And this is a trick. You get a child to say something like, how dare you, we're going to kill you all, lock you up, appropriate all the wealth, redistribute it. They say these things and just laugh. Oh, it's just a kid. It's like, well, who do you think's writing this person's scripts? Randy H. says, Mike Lindell back on Twitter 2 hours ago. Yeah, Mike Lindell tweets me like several times a night. Wakes me up. He's like, buy my pillows. I'm like, no. I'd be sleeping fine if you wouldn't tweet me or message me. I have a video here. I don't know who put this together, but General Flynn was among them. This is a short clip. This is Joe Rogan talking about the coming red wave on 11/8 under the ultra MAGA blood moon. And the video animation has Donald Trump dancing in front of the blood pouring out of the elevators from The Shining.
General Flynn gives you the facts. It's like facts, but it's also heavy. So here we go. This is Joe Rogan. And I want people to listen to what he says. I'd love your take on this clip, Aaron, as well as the crippled dollar clip.
There's a lot of people that are afraid of reprisal, they're afraid of getting attacked, and they'll silence.
Now, it's a little echoey. Joe Rogan's talking about how people on the right are afraid of speaking their minds, but there's a big red wave coming. I feel like I've heard all this before, but he compares it to...
The red wave is coming. It's going to be like the elevator doors opening up and shining.
The red wave's coming. It's going to be like the elevator doors opening on The Shining. And that phrase has gone viral, that little clip. And then here you have The Shining. Now, if you're looking at the screen, it looks like the Twin Towers. The elevator has these two vertical rectangles. It looks like the Twin Towers. And then the blood pours in. And Donald Trump appears surfing the red wave of blood. And Donald Trump is figuring prominently in a lot of 9/11 predictive programming, which makes this even more interesting to me. Diana South says red wave is communism. Yeah, it could very much be. They may have different ideas of what it means. Like they think it means red Republicans, but it could be a big bloody French Revolution style wave, and then the resulting crackdown maybe results in global communism. Because the whole point of Q, if you ask me, is to brand the American right as the American ISIS, as the American Taliban, like the MAGA ban, and justify in the minds of the public cracking down on it. And I think the destruction of the last vestiges of American nationalism is the objective, because then you can have your world communism. And let me bring up this. The new shape of Chinese power. If you haven't seen this Economist cover from December 21st, 2017, this tells you everything. This is prescient. Sharp power, the new shape of Chinese influence. This is a cover from The Economist 2017, and on the cover it has a globe covered in spikes. Now you'll notice that it looks like a COVID ball, except for one thing. It's only red on China. The symbolism here is pretty obvious to me that, and it's given away the name, the new shape is the novel shape. The novel shape of Chinese influence. Influence is influenza. The novel Chinese influenza. Sharp power. And then if you look at the COVID, it's the same thing but covered in red. And I think this represents, of course, the beginning, and then the COVID ball represents the end, the spread of world communism. It's the red COVID ball, which does correspond to this whole Aeon of Horus, the Aeon of Mars, and the red planet thing. And if you look at the COVID ball, my very first impression of it, when I first saw it, I said, okay, I know this is the devil that the atheists will believe in. It did help the elite affect a puritanical revision of society. Everybody washed their hands and stopped going out to clubs. This really did work. This is the new god of the left in many ways. It's actually the devil. The globe is the god, but they love the devil's power. Now, if you look at this, it looks to me like the earth covered in red nukes or mushroom clouds. Just suggests world domination. And the gray is the cloud from the nuclear winter. I saw this and I said, hey, this is symbolic of World War III, the global takeover. And as we watched, everybody participated. The 2020 thing was a global event. Again, it was the new shape of Chinese influence. And I do think those little this would represent either well, actually, no, this is what they represent, though, is yes, they do look like mushroom clouds. I think this represents, of course, the various ground zeros around the world until they eventually declared it a pandemic. But I'm not convinced that nuclear winter isn't next. I think there's just a series of things that have to be in place first, and obviously 2020 was needed to put into place all the controls they would need over media. They conquered the infodemic, if you haven't noticed. And that was the objective. They don't care if you catch the flu. They don't. They want your money, sure. They want to control, sure. But ultimately, the whole thing was about the infodemic, the information they do not control. And the infodemic has been brought to heel with the help of the public. Like the anonymous person that falsely claimed to own my podcast so they could pull me off of Spotify. Like, yes, the system is correcting itself. I'm going to run through my Twitter feed before we get out of here. I know I had earmarked a number of things here. If you don't follow me, it's Real Tim Osman. This is Carrie Lake, a new right-wing hero. She's a gubernatorial candidate in Arizona. And here she is saying that she's in perfect health and the brakes on her car are good and she's not suicidal. And she's saying this because, and she actually tweeted this at Hillary Clinton, but she's saying this because, of course, the idea is that the Clintons have a way of offing their political rivals. And speaking of which, when is JFK Jr. coming back?
But I was a little concerned today, I'm going to be honest, when I saw Hillary Clinton bad-mouthing me, and she looked angry and actually scared and just completely unrelated. I want you to know, just in case you're wondering, I'm in perfect health, my brakes on my car are in good shape, and I'm not suicidal. And we're going to win this thing on Tuesday.
All right, there you have it. Sleepy Random says jet fuel can't melt passport gear. Right, I was looking at this video of a type of body armor that is being tested out, and this, I don't know the name of the company, it's NASTIKA, Nastica, and this company is manufacturing body armor that's bulletproof. You can be hit with a battering ram. Here in this video, this man is just taking these hits. Super soldier stuff. And I'm pretty sure that whatever that body armor is, that's what they make those passports out of. Maybe that's the only explanation I have. It's not just passports. There have been a few items out there that have save lives in remarkable ways, like the tiny books at Parkland, belt buckle at uh, the belt buckle actually saved that individual that was shot next to Nipsey. That's one of those great. We got to go back to that event. The fake killing of rapper Nipsey Hussle. One of the individuals who was with him when he was shot in the belt buckle. You see him on a gurney. He's taken to the hospital. Oh, they think he's going to die. Then they find out, no, he was shot in the belt buckle. I'm like, couldn't you have diagnosed that at the scene? Let me play a clip here. This is David Icke explaining his ban. Apparently, in the Netherlands, he's a level 3 terrorist.
Government, a guy called Rutte, the Prime Minister, completely owned by the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab. Why has he just announced that the Netherlands, the second biggest exporter of food in the world, is targeting farmers to destroy them and get them off the land, which is where all these farming protests in the Netherlands have come from? At a time of food shortages and supply chain.
Anyway, there you have it, David Icke, level 3 terrorist. Okay, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. I got to play this. This is classic.
And murdered. But the only crime victim you hear about from Democrats in the media is Paul Pelosi. Paul Pelosi was brutally attacked by a drugged out illegal alien that should have been deported. And Paul Pelosi should have been a gun owner and shot his attacker.
All right, a little victim shaming. The thing is, she believes it's real, and she's willing to say that he deserved it or he should have done better. It's like he's 82. You think he's going to, I mean, that's just asking a whole lot. But I'm just saying, she thinks it's real, which makes her comments technically pretty vile. Whereas our criticism here is kind of removed from that kind of take, because I'm not under the impression that this is real. But these people are really kind of monstrous. All right, let us continue. Donnie Darkened, one of my favorite Twitter accounts, says, what should be obvious by now is that Kanye's story fits the mold of the Luciferian awakening, the story of a man breaking free of his matrix programming and finding his divine light and purpose within himself, connected to the source. This is the core basis of the New Age awakening. Donnie Darkened has made a very strong case for Antichrist Donald Trump, and that he has been foreshadowed, he says, for centuries. I say since at least 1958. Actually, you could go back further if you go to Ingersoll Lockwood's work. Ingersoll Lockwood has the Baron Trump, time traveler. Donnie Darkened, The Rise, the Wound, and the Return of Donald Trump, a case for the biblical Antichrist. I highly recommend this thread. Now, I don't know whether or not it's 100% true that he is this character as prophesied, but I will say, as far as world stage characters go, Donald Trump is definitely on my short list for Antichrists, right up there with Greta Thunberg and Elon Musk. Probably at the top right now. Jared Kushner was on that list for a while, but it's definitely Trump. But I think these are roles. I believe Jeff Bezos is Nimrod. Yes, Jeff Bezos is Nimrod on the world stage. It's an act. And this is the next big thing. 11.8 is very portentous. I mean, 11.8 is huge in the whole Donnie Darko movie. The number 88, very much connected with Trump in a lot of this predictive programming. And that's why this Twitter account is Donnie Darkened. But he sees nothing but ominous potential for Kanye coming out. He suggests that this is to lead people or mislead people into some kind of conflagration. And he makes a point. Look at this imagery here. Just the juxtaposing of Trump as some kind of a savior versus Biden. Do you remember a few months ago, Biden gave a speech in front of the crimson red light, and he made these Hitler-like hand gestures? And then you have Trump savior with Q. And look, the QAnoners literally believe that he's an agent of the Kennedys who are the blood of Christ. They have, in fact, gone to that point of worshiping. This narrative of a false savior, yeah, sure, it's very much there. And listen to this. The blood moon is the 66th blood moon in Donald Trump's life. And by the way, Donald Trump was in the womb during the Babylon working with Jack Parsons, Marjorie Cameron, and L. Ron Hubbard. If they did indeed summon the Antichrist, and Marjorie Cameron did say she saw a light descend from the sky, first UFO sighting a year before Roswell, it might have been Trump. Now, this is the 66th blood moon in Donald Trump's life, including the blood moon he was born under. Now, here we go. Enough is enough. The Trump card has been played. Here is Trump assassination predictive programming. Now, many of you have already heard about this Illuminati playing card thing. And Biden did say enough is enough. And that card has to do with an assassination.
Talking Points believes enough is enough with the anti-Trump movement. Man won the election, give him a chance.
At any time, any place, our snipers can drop you.
And now you're going to run for president. Don't you think that's a really cool idea, you guys? You'll keep them honest. You'll keep them honest, Donald. Personally, I hope you win, because I can't wait for the the inauguration.
This will be the year the American people say enough is enough. This will finally be the year the American people say enough is enough. Enough is enough.
It was the American people saying enough is enough. They're fed up.
And say enough is enough.
Say enough is enough. Enough is enough. And we do not tolerate this kind of behavior in this country.
Me, the guy who hosted The Apprentice and sold steaks. But enough is enough. It has to be stopped. It has to be stopped now.
This goes on for another half hour, but very conspicuous. How many times has Trump been killed? Bill Maher shot him. Snoop Dogg shot him. He's been killed in effigy many, many times. Interestingly, Rust is continuing. You know, the Western where Alec Baldwin had the .44, and he shot Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza. Joel Souza happens to have a birth date of June 14th, Flag Day, which is Donald Trump's birthday, June 14th, 6/14. And it's an interesting date, given that Alec Baldwin is the most Trump deranged person out there. He dresses as Trump on SNL. He said that watching Trump in the White House and being Trump on stage made him wish for a meteor to hit the White House. And then he shoots somebody with Donald Trump's birthday. Now that has a few interesting little connections. One, the birth date being Donald Trump's birthday. He shoots somebody with that birthday. It's kind of like a symbolic killing. And of course, he dresses as Trump. He's the twin of Trump. Two, 6/14 is mentioned in a few movies in a way that I think is relevant here. In the movie Don't Look Up, the world's going to be hit by a comet in 6 months and 14 days. Again, Baldwin wanted a meteor to hit the White House. Something from above hitting the earth, 6/14. Evan Almighty is about a flood and this modern day Noah, just like Don't Look Up, a modern day Noah. And he's determined to build an ark. He believes it's a flood. He's like a weatherman. And he believes it because of Genesis 6:14. He keeps seeing the number 6:14. He looks it up. Genesis 6:14 is God telling Noah to build the ark. Anyway, there's a ton of predictive programming all over the place for something along these lines, and we've been following it. And I think it's been foreshadowed in the recent shootings, like the Highland Park shooter. Well, Highland Park, that shooter was the one it was on July the 4th, 2022. He shot up a parade. They were marching in a parade and they got shot. Here we go. This is a mind map from that one. Again, March for Our Lives should be Run for Our Lives. This is a mind map showing you that shooter who's totally fake like all the other ones, just as fake as Nick Cruz, who's not really in jail. Anyway, this guy has a bit of a history. He used to follow Trump around to Trump rallies, and he was always dressed up like Waldo, from that book, Where's Waldo? The red and white candy cane striped outfit with the beanie cap and the glasses and the goatee. This guy, the Highland Park shooter who shot up the parade, looks just like Waldo. And on his wall, in his bedroom, he has a Oswald, the shooter of Kennedy. He has Oswald on a newspaper, like just a little shrine to Lee Harvey Oswald right there on his wall. So that's alarming. This guy has a shrine to Lee Harvey Oswald, and he goes to these Trump rallies dressed as Waldo. Very strange, and I thought, where's Oswaldo? But then it gets even stranger. He shoots up the parade while his mom's at Target. And if you look, she's got the Target bags. And like, oh, that irresponsible mom, she's at Target shopping while her son's on the roof shooting up a parade. Then there's a number of other things really strange about this, especially when it gets into the numbers. He's got the number 47 tattooed on his temple. He's got 47 on the side of his car. He shoots up the place on 7-4. Anyway, Lee Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy. Kennedy goes to Parkland Hospital. And during this time, Patrick Cruz from Parkland High is in the news. Highland Park, Parkland High. There's a connection here with this Parkland thing. And I think I know what it might refer to. Kind of a side story because it's been building up for a couple of years here. A couple of other things. Just connecting this Lee Harvey Oswald fixated individual to the Trump rallies he's been hanging out at. At these Trump rallies, Trump wears a hat with the 45 on his temple. And then, of course, I mentioned in the Kubrick film Full Metal Jacket, there's a lot of foreshadowing for 9/11, among other things, but that the main character Joker represents JFK. And Chartward explains how he arrives at this, and it's pretty clear it is the case. And on the side of Joker's helmet is a target. And I've correlated the target on the side of that helmet with the 45 on the side of Trump's hat and this bigger story that's unfolding. I even I found some more predictive programming suggesting that there's going to be some kind of an event of the sort. But I'm suggesting here that, of course, anything that happens is scripted in advance and not real. Why else would you have hours of predictive programming to lead us to the right conclusion? The Juice says, I've been hearing the word Antichrist being thrown around a lot lately, but none of them are charismatic. That's your opinion. I mean, the fact is, the most famous people in the world are repulsive and unrelatable. It's all about what is enshrined on the world stage. It's not about what you think. It's about what the brainwashed believe. The world kneeled to a hoax. The world is constantly following false saviors. It's believing in false doomsday scenarios. I'm pretty sure that you may not be falling behind whatever Pied Piper that the masses are going to fall behind. And that's why I study the fake news anyway. We have to know what the lemmings or the lemming-like followers know, because we've already learned the hard way that you cannot opt out of the world stage. Yeah, they'll give you a stimmy check because you had to wear the costume like a good crisis actor, but you don't get an opt-out. And, I like to know what people believe. And if they're ready to believe that Trump is their savior, I would like to know how far they're willing to go. Okay, let me continue here. Ollie Goering says, that's why they have thrice times fold wild cards. Trump, Ye, and Musk. They need the composite. The pool of one world stagers, not enough. Yeah, I thought about that. Look at the use of the black Christ symbol, which has been very, very prevalent recently, but there's been this reoccurring theme, and it's like you can't just bring out one. Maybe it's a composite to tell the story over a series of events with a series of characters embodying this role. I mean, there's definitely quite a lot to substantiate at least the storyline. Like, I wouldn't say that Jeff Bezos is literally Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel. But if you look at the biblical story, the lore that is really at the base of the belief system of like the Masonic cult and these New Age cults, if you look at the basic storyline there and the symbolism, you can see how, yes, these are composites. Jeff Bezos is Dr. Evil. He's Nimrod. He's the man who fell to earth, all wrapped into one. And it's the same thing with Musk. We've talked about Musk recently. He's Tony Stark. He's Werner von Braun. He's Willy Wonka. This Iron Man composite thing. He's wearing that suit, the Devil's Champion. Let me play one more clip here. Donnie Darkin says, "A warning to Christians, be careful you're not deceived by the princes of the world like Kanye West. According to him, we are collectively God, and when we see Muslims moving in Mecca, we see God."
Fits the mold of the Gnostic New Age awakening. And as I alluded to earlier, it seems that he's not even trying to pretend to be a Christian anymore. He's back to spouting blatant, full-blown New Ageism. For example, last November, he did an interview on a channel called Revolt, and here's some of the things that he said during that interview.
It's inside of us. We collectively are God. We as a collection, God is in us. So collectively, we are God. As we move, like when they move around, inside of that, the way those people are moving. Once we move and we realize that we just all have to be on one accord, like to do what Quincy Jones did in the studio, but do that to our life, that we all in one accord. And then the algorithm, you know what I'm saying? The 808. The 808 exists in the lowest chakra of your body. The majority of content that's related to the 808 is killer or sexual content. The original 808s was even off pitch. So that meant it's an actual sound in the track that you don't realize is there that is f***ing up your entire frequency. And now, today, every time I hear a car come out, it's 808. But if you think about African music and hip-hop and what we was breakdance to, it was light.
The percussion.
It was upbeat.
Anyway, yes, this is just this idea of we are all God and stuff. Yes, that is definitely in the oneness thing. That is fascinating. And he's a world stage character, and he is playing along a role, if you ask me. And I talked about his life burning, falling apart, etc. But also the connection with Marilyn Manson, very significant because of the Charles Manson scenario, Helter Skelter. And I've discussed this before, and more recently we went over some of these things where you have the Helter Skelter Turner Diaries connection, which has been built upon by Kanye, asserting that Django Unchained was his idea. And again, Django Unchained is about Nat Turner. Nat Turner is, of course, we're talking about someone inspired a slave revolt. And this ties in also to the Turner Diaries, which inspired Timothy McVeigh. And I found a few things about this phrase, you know, the word Turner, like Turner Diaries, Nat Turner, and it actually correlates very strongly with the Political Action Committee turning point and the whole turning point thing with the right, infusing QAnon and this Great Awakening stuff. Very significant. I've been thinking turning may have another significance because I've noticed that, like, the Great Reset was a conspiracy theory until Saturn reached its conjunction with the Jupiter on the winter solstice. And I was thinking maybe this Turner is a reference to some kind of cyclic change, like Saturn reaching this point, like Saturn returns. And then I realized, wait, 2022, Pluto returned. Pluto returned to the point where it was at the birth of America, July 4th, 1776. Again, Turner Diaries, turning point, the Pluto return. There's something about it, if you ask me, and it has to do with, of course, this falling of the West as an empire. And this has all been very much foreshadowed, West world burning, Kanye West World's Burning. The Rust is a Western, which is what brings in Alec Baldwin in that whole Hunt for Red October nuke scenario, which we're all looking forward to. I have a voicemail. I'm going to play this. Be right back. This is from
Tim, IPS correspondent, level 8 113, reporting in. I been rubbing elbows with some millionaires and billionaires the last week or so. It's been pretty cool. I've a lot to tell. I've been traveling a lot too, investigating the realm and mud flood and seeing things for myself, because that's what I think we have to do. Met a gentleman who is traveling to space. I wanted to report in on the live show about a gentleman. He bought a ticket with Branson to go to space. And so I'm meeting up with him next week, and I'm going to pick his brain. I don't know what's going on, but wanted to, chat with you for a second. I think he's pretty cool. But in general, I think some of these people, they don't know what they're getting into. For instance.
Now, is he really going to go to space? That's an interesting question. And I remember there was a time when people were very eager. In fact, we just had an anniversary, I believe, in 2007. Was it 2007? You had the Virgin Galactic explosion. I think it was on Halloween. And I thought, that's going to dampen enthusiasm. A lot of people with their tickets eager to fly, and maybe not so much anymore. But they're always kicking the can. They're always just, kicking this thing down. It's like, move the goalpost. Yeah, Virgin Galactic crash renews criticism. I think it was it was in 2007. Anyway, I highly doubt he's going to go. If he does go, he's going to get the overjaw effect. So if you want to ask a question on my behalf, I would say, ask him about the overview effect. The overview effect. I call it the overjaw effect. The overview effect is a cognitive shift reported by astronauts when they view Earth from space. They say that when they see the blue ball suspended in the blackness of space, that they transcend. They no longer see nations or countries as separate. They no longer see people as separate. Nope, we're all one. This thing that Kanye West was talking about, how we all need to see as one and synchronize up. Well, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about transcendence into seeing the oneness of everything, cosmic consciousness, the overview effect. The problem with it, in my view, is that the astronauts who go up into space and report having seen the Earth and experienced the overview effect, they're not high enough. They're not far enough away from the Earth to see it as a ball. They're only 300 miles up tops, or actually 50 miles up, I'm sorry. Barely 60 miles, if that. They're not high enough to see a ball in space. How can they claim that they have the overview effect, that they've achieved this cognitive shift where they see oneness? And they don't all get it. Scott Kelly got it. Mark Kelly didn't. That's why he's now a senator. He went into politics. He didn't rise above politics. But I've been terming this thing the overjaw effect, because I've noticed that whenever these astronauts go into space, or these civilians do, and they look out the window, their jaws drop. If you're looking at the screen, look at that. Dangerously wide open. Like, look at that. That is, I don't know, practically a hazard. Anything could land in that. Look how wide open her mouth is. Now, that's not real. That's acting. There's a better example, even. I think the SpaceX had some civilians go up. If you look at their faces when they look out the window, their jaws are always just so wide open. It's like you're going to hurt yourself. And the overjaw effect is so they can show you that what they're seeing is that profound. It's for your benefit. They don't show you the Earth from space. They don't show you anything impressive. Anytime you're shown something at all, it's from some external camera, and it looks like a CGI environment. You never really see their point of view as they see it. They're very, very careful at what they show you. And when you do look at these clips, like the first all-civilian space flight with SpaceX, you only see them for 3 or 4 seconds at a time. It's a bunch of jump cuts. There's not one continuous shot. Why is that? Only when they're buckled up, not when they're floating around. It's because it's jump cut. It's because it's parabolic flights. It's because it's fake. But as far as if somebody thinks they're going into space and they're giving a bunch of money, you know what I would say? I mean, not if it's a friend, but I'd be like, well, you bought a ticket to go to space. I have a few bridges I'd like to sell you. I mean, what wouldn't the person buy into? You're gonna give someone like Branson a few $1,000,000?
To, for instance, I want to know, maybe he has been told something, or maybe he hasn't been told something prior to purchasing tickets into space. What other questions could I ask him, Tim?
Yeah, ask him, hey, I have a bridge in Brooklyn, and I'd like to sell it to you. All right, yeah, look, space travel's fake, the moon landing's fake, space station's fake, the ISS is fake. You can be a multimillionaire, you can be a billionaire, and still be fooled. Having a lot of money doesn't mean you know what's going on, and you could easily be duped. Just saying he's not going to go to space. There's going to be another crash before he gets the chance. Your friend's not going to go. If it's with Branson, I think he only takes women. And that's part of the symbolism inherent in Virgin Galactic. Virgin is a reference to Isis, to Virgo. It's the goddess. He's got a goddess on the plane, the space plane. When the space plane launches, it's carried up by the White Knight 2, the WK2. It's like these twin planes with a shared wing. If you look at the main symbol of Virgin Galactic, it's an eye. I'll go ahead and pull up a couple of images here if you haven't seen it. But as the SpaceX and NASA and Blue Origin represent the god, like Osiris, Horus, the various god names they use, New Shepherd is a reference to Tammuz. Virgin is definitely a goddess-oriented endeavor here. Same cult, gods and goddesses. It's all about, well, space sex. It's a fertility cult, and SpaceX is named that because it is, in fact, phonetically proximal to space sex. It's a joke and not a joke. It's just in your face. And I was watching the last launch that Virgin Galactic did, and Virgin Galactic's launches are comical. Not just the overjaw, not just them floating around with their mouths wide open, acting like they're impressed, pretending like they're not dangling from cords, but there's also bubbles in space that are just, if you look at these various launches, I think these civilian ones are worse than NASA's in some ways. They don't know how to hide their bubbles. But yeah, every aspect of Virgin Galactic is about goddess worship. It corresponds, of course, to the goddess Isis, as the ISS too is a reference to the goddess Isis. Everything here with the space program is about the mystery religion, or mystery Babylon they call it. It's about this astrotheological cult, but it's been dressed up like science fiction. The idea that anybody goes to space is a farce. Nobody goes to space. Unless, and if you know somebody who knows somebody who says they've gone, I'm like, well, somebody along the line there is not telling the entire truth. It could be an NDA. Somebody's acting. Going through some comments. Lean Dion says Shatner and company were literally making, they were making some pretty bad noises. Again, not unintentional. There's a meaning to this stuff. But the idea that they're going to space at 50 miles is pretty pathetic. It used to be 62. They've changed it. He launched into space to win the billionaire space race. He was racing between Bezos and Musk, didn't have a chance of going. But he launched on 7/11/2021, which is the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. Not insignificant. 9 days later is when Jeff Bezos launched, and he took off at 9:11 a.m. on the anniversary of Apollo 11, Double shout out to Stanley Kubrick, who directed both of those movies. All right, I'm looking forward to the Ultra Mega Moon. Tomorrow, Guy Fawkes Day, could be interesting. Kyrie Irving has taken the world's mind off of nuclear Armageddon. It's like, look, Putin could nuke us now and nobody's going to care because so-and-so said the J word. So-and-so said the N word. Look how fickle the mass mind is. Look how easy it is to distract people. Like, do you remember when social distancing and masks was a thing? And the people who were really believers in it would pretty much have you tossed into a gulag or a Guantanamo if they could for non-compliance. And yet now you can find them out spitting on their political enemies. Like, I might not agree with anything someone has to say, but getting physical and spitting on people, yeah, that's taking it too far. But yeah, you can find libs who used to believe in pandemics and stuff spitting on their political opponents. It's like, did you forget? Did you forget the new normal already? Yes, they did. They forgot about Putin. And that's probably the whole point of it. This is how they operate. Now, what's going to take our minds off of Kanye? What's bigger than Kanye? Any guesses? By the way, if you have not been receiving the text alerts, go to infiniteplane.media. I'll put the link in the chat below, and I'll be sending out texts. Tomorrow is Infinite Plane Saturn Day. We're not going to miss it. Infinite Plane Saturn Day. We kind of do a recap on the previous week, and I do have a number of guests who have been trying to get in. I'm trying to get a more regular schedule, but things are leveling out despite the fact that we had a number of cancellations. I mean, we've been canceled quite a lot. Not officially canceled, not in the way that actually blows you up. It's the Barbra Streisand effect that they aim for. If you try to make it look like you're canceled, it makes it appear like you're scarce. Sleepy Random, yes, Kanye cured Putin. Well, Putin cured COVID. COVID cured radical Islam. Kanye cured Putin. What's going to cure Kanye? It's probably going to be the red wave. Or, yeah, Lean Dion says Poseidon. Poseidon, the Kraken, the red wave, nuclear winter. This red wave thing, though, I think holds the most weight simply because of the name of the Patriot Front's leader, Rousseau. That is 100% code. That's a reference to what's to come. Just as Derek Chauvin, the name is very much tied to the story. The Patriot Front thing is too perfect. In fact, the Patriot Front made their appearance on 6/11 when 33 of them came out of the back of that U-Haul. And the police were like, how did you know they were coming? Oh, we had some of our own mixed in with them. It's like, oh, really, some? Out of 33 Patriot Front members in masks in the back of a U-Haul, how many of them were cops? How many were feds? How many were real patriots? I'm guessing all 33 of them were feds. I wouldn't even give them the benefit of the doubt for one dupe. They wouldn't have a sting of 30 people to get 3. It was, whole thing's obviously a scam. Diana South says, swatting yourself to play victim. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene has swatted herself 3 times, I believe. I believe Tim Pool's been swatted 13 times. Gavin McInnes, he's done a few questionable things to himself on camera, but he swatted himself. Unbelievable that he has any credibility. Again, founder of the Proud Boys, pulled a Jussie Smollett. Like, you cannot criticize Jussie Smollett if you have swatted yourself. But yeah, swatting, canceling, death faking, these are 3 marketing tactics that have been tested time and again, and they seem to work. All right, thanks for joining. If you want to get the archives, you do need to subscribe to the newsletter. Go to infiniteplane.media, and of course the reason why is that we don't know necessarily where we're going to be as far as platforms go. I've centered everything at ips.monster. I no longer, bother telling people to go to this platform or that. Why even name them? YouTube may not exist in a few years. Why give their memes any kind of mention at all? IPS.monster takes you right to the archives, the think tank, and the sign up, everything that has to do with the site. Of course, a lot of our content is now on Rofkin. We have like 1,400 subs there. Look, we can't build 100 on YouTube without getting censored, without getting strikes. And we're up to like 1,400 on Rofkin, which is much smaller than YouTube. If you think about that, how is it that on some little known site in the corner of the interwebs, without even promoting it, we get 1,500 subs in a couple of months? We've been on YouTube off and on for 5 years. And look, there was one period in 2018 when YouTube wasn't paying attention, and for about 6 weeks, we went from a few hundred subs to 11,000. They didn't let that happen again. But yes, Rofkin has our archives. I mark everything there free. You don't have to be a paid member. There's your link. We're also on Odyssey. And if you search Infinite Plane Radio, you can find us on your favorite podcast provider, whichever one you listen to. Even if they pull us, it doesn't take me long to, again, we're a Hydra with like 15 heads and 80 neck stumps. But just search Infinite Plane Radio. Lickety Split 333 says, just getting here, what's the topic? Well, the topic is, what's going to cure Kanye? Kanye cured Putin and the nukes in Armageddon and Judgment Day. Putin cured COVID. COVID cured radical Islam. Just trying to figure out what's coming along next. I'm kind of waiting for Kanye to go OJ. I thought they were going to make that happen, but it seems like it's more like Helter Skelter. It's going to go more Charles Manson than OJ. The predictions based on, again, predictive programming, these aren't premonitions, these are not guesses. Everything indicates that the mass media is bracing to report on some kind of right-wing event. I'm expecting some kind of Timothy McVeigh type of situation. And why would we even call this out? What's the point? This is not doom and gloom. I'm not making predictions with that in mind. Like, buy my discounted food storage or storable food items. Get your, waterproof Bible and your ammunition because, it's like, no, this isn't about grab your Bible and your guns and run for the hills. I'm saying we're looking at patterns so we can auto hoax it. Like, we know how they can fake things. We know they can fake nukes. I don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and we're just looking at the hypotheticals, what's around the corner, so we kind of have an edge. Like, for example, there was that trampling death in South Korea where 150 people were trampled to death. Yeah, no, it wasn't the shot. The 150 people went into cardiac arrest because they were trampled, according to the news. But having studied the trampling at the Indonesian soccer game, I was already wary of the fact that, yeah, they can fake mass tramplings quite easily. And why would they do it? Well, it depends on the event. And this one came on the heels of lockdowns, and you'll notice after lockdowns, I think they want to reinstill the fear of crowds, agoraphobia. And that's kind of what happened with the Astro World event, mass trampling. My point is, people look at these things and they react. Oh, this is terrible. How dare you say that this wasn't real? And I'm like, wait, we already have a past precedent here. We know they use dummies. In fact, we can point you to a company where you can buy your own George Floyd doll. You can intubate it. You can practice giving it CPR. Anyway, we looked very closely at that Halloween party in Seoul, and there were people giving CPR to rubber dummies everywhere. And one of the rubber dummies was given CPR on its thigh. Like the guy was trying to revive its thigh. Just very bad acting. One observer had actually reported to the news. She said, I looked down my window and it looked like it was staged. She said it looked like a bunch of actors. Lean Dion says, go into the metaverse, it's safer. Exactly. Exactly. And what did they say at Astro World as they were being crushed? The people at the front were getting crushed. They said, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And guess who their attorney is? Guess who's representing the people who were crushed over there at Astro World? Benjamin Crump, aka Forrest Crump. High-profile civil rights lawyer Benjamin Crump said Monday that he's been retained by Urza's parents, the 9-year-old Astroworld crush survivor. Anytime I ask you how many bullets were fired, how many people died, how old was so-and-so, like how old is Candace Owens, how many bullets did Frank James fire into the subway, how old was Timothy McVeigh when he was executed, the answer is 33. Anytime I give you a pop quiz and it's a number, just a hint, it's going to be 43. Anytime I say, at this event, the people said they couldn't breathe, and Benjamin Crump represented, or a lawyer represented him. Who is it? Pop quiz, who was the attorney that came to represent these people who couldn't breathe? The answer is going to be Benjamin Crump. I talked about the Bronx fire, 19 floors. Guess who's representing them? And one of the victims of this event even said, I can't breathe. Attorney Ben Crump speaks to residents of a building that had a fatal fire last month in the Bronx borough of New York on Tuesday. Again, there's a pattern here. Forrest Crump. And there's also Dr. Michael Bader. He's the medical examiner who dealt with what? JFK, Elvis, Epstein, Adam Lanza, Gabby Petito. I mean, a who's who of dead celebrities. They all go through the same examiner. Diana South says they did CPR to the lifelike dummies to blaring music of the Bee Gees classic Staying Alive. Okay, I was watching one of the clips and I was like, what music is that? Like they're doing CPR to the beat. And for a moment I thought, this is a Halloween party. Maybe this is like their intro to the Thriller or the Michael Jackson song that they like to do on Halloween when the people come out and do the zombie dance, the Thriller dance. I thought, well, maybe these people are playing dead. And then they all get CPR'd back to life, and they all, but no. No. Sadly, they were all literally dead dolls, dead dummies. No dummies were actually harmed in the making of the Soul Crush PSYOP in South Korea. Let me bring up 7 Sigma. In case anybody here needs to obtain a realistic, modular, high-fidelity airway training doll that looks just like George Floyd, yep, go to 7s3.com. And what's more, not only can they customize them, but they can make them look like anybody. They're realistic inside and out. But what's really interesting about this thing, and look, Society for Simulation in Healthcare, Sim Ghosts USA, Sim Ops Expo, Child Trainer Replacement Airway, Child Trainer Replacement Teeth, Swollen Victim Complete Airway Assembly, Caucasian, African American, fully customizable, hyper-realistic, head to toe. This company was situated in the Twin Cities from 1987 to 2020. For 33 years, they were the leading manufacturer of these realistic intubation simulation dolls. If they could speak, they would say, I can't breathe. If you look here, it looks exactly like the dummy that was used interchangeably with the actor during the production on 5/25/2020. Again, there's your George Floyd doll. The thing is, this company was there for 33 years. And anybody here care to guess what the first building burned by the rioters of the George Floyd riots happened to be? Yep. Before they burned down the police precinct, and they didn't even go after the convenience store that called the cops on them. No, the first place they burned was 7 Sigma. Yep, the rioters torched 7 Sigma there in the Twin Cities. Diana South says, the same dummies that jumped out of the Twin Towers. Oh yeah, And how many times did we see dummies, like not true believers in the MSM, not the people that worship Fauci? I mean, how many times did we see actual dummies in the emergency rooms on the news getting intubated? It's like those are all rubber dummies on the news when they weren't showing you recycled stock footage. Oh, this is an ER in Italy. This is an ER in downtown New York. This is an ER in San Diego. It's like, it's the same footage. I'm pretty sure that the dummies that were shot out of pneumatic cannons from the World Trade Tower on 9/11/2001 were probably made out of fire hose. I've seen these training dummies that firemen were using at the time that were made of fire hose, wired up together into the shape of a person, very heavy. Yeah, 9/11 jumpers, easy to fake. Some people have problems with that. The 9/11 jumper truthers. They're like, oh, there's no way you could fake that. It's like, really? You can fake planes. If you can fake planes, you can fake bodies. What's the difference? Well, it's been an interesting week. We had the hammer attack on free speech, talked about Godzilla's birthday, Antichrist Musk. Blood clots are the current thing. You'll hear more about that between now and Stu Peters' documentary comes out in a few weeks. Blood clots are so hot right now. In fact, I'm reaching out to a number of embalmers who have reported this. I'm doing my own research. I am calling around and making some calls here just to find out who is actually making this claim. It's something I'm going to be confronting here in the coming days. Diana South says the Dummies Actor Guild. Yeah, you have the Screen Actors Guild. Those are the mainstream crisis actors who also play roles in movies. Then you have the Government Actors Guild. They can't make it into the SAG, the gags. These are the crisis actors. The Dummy Actor Guild, I don't know where you would include, like, how would you include the actual dead people that they use? Whenever they use real deaths to advance their stories, you have dead crisis actors. Whenever they put bodies in these external trailers outside of hospitals, these external refrigeration units, these trailers that were set up for it, they were using real bodies to fill those up. Now, you can't prove those were killed from this or that, but they were being appropriated for the optics of it. Case in point here, the morgue beneath the hospital was closed so that they had to use the bodies outside, in the outside freezers. They had to move the bodies to the outside freezers. It's like, why would you do that? You have a perfectly good refrigeration unit here in the basement, but you're going to roll them out in front of the public and then put them in these trailers in the back parking lot. And of course, these trailers are noisy. You can hear them from down the street. So if you're in the college area, you're in the dorms, you can always hear these refrigerator units out there, keeping the excess deaths, the apparently excess deaths, cool. Now, they're not excess deaths. They look excess. It looks like the hospital's full because they're using these auxiliary units. But my point is, no, they used the auxiliary units because they needed these bodies to perform as crisis actors. A couple of other things we've been talking about. We have, all right, here we go, disaster trolls. Again, disaster troll is from the BBC. If you're questioning these stories, you're obviously a troll. You can't be a serious critical thinker, but you're a, quote, disaster troll. It's a smear against auto hoaxers. And there's an individual out, Richard D. Hall, I believe is his name, and he's fact-checking the claims of all these actors, or rather these supposed victims from this bombing at the concert in Manchester. And some of these people are claiming that they're being stalked because he's actually going to their doors and he's just fact-checking them. And he's being called a disaster troll. No, he's a reporter. The reporters don't know what a reporter looks like because they just read teleprompters. They don't do investigative journalism and they don't fact-check their masters. A real reporter, to them, they don't understand it. It's a disaster troll. So much projection when it comes down to it. Who are the disaster trolls here? They call you a hoaxer. Like, I'm not a hoaxer if I'm calling out a hoax. You're the perp. I'm calling you out. And you're calling me the perp? It's like I go to a magic show and I'm like, hey, that's fake. And he's going to call me the magician? No, no, no. Like, you see what they do. They totally project and people go with it. Halloween stampede hammered Pelosi's. The trifecta of hate speech rises. Again, Parler, Kanye, Musk, Twitter, Trump, Truth Social. The trifecta of hate speech. Is Elon Musk the Antichrist Jack Parsons summoned? It's a newsletter I put out last week. If you don't follow my newsletter, go to timosman.blog. And I put out a newsletter whenever I have a lot of Metascript heavy content. I just want to put out like a bullet pointed list. Here are the different things that create this picture. I publish it here on this blog. Like, for example, this costume that Musk was wearing with the the red armor and the ram's head. All of this, as I outlined here, correlates perfectly to the composite character that he is. Of course, Werner von Braun, Tony Stark, Willy Wonka, and of course, it ties in to the symbolism of Mars and the New Age body of symbols that are all correlated with this. Specifically, Aries, red, and the number 4. And of course, Aries is represented by the ram's head on his chest. It does have upside down crosses on it, and it's called the Devil's Champion. Again, just because he wears it on Halloween, you might be inclined to give it a pass. But, given his history of blatant, what do you want to call it? Satanism is just not the right term. But when you do flash the colors, the symbols, the numbers, the code of the occult societies that run the world, what else can you say? He may be playful about it. Yeah, it's a costume, it's cosplay. The number 42, it's from science fiction. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, he puts 42 on everything. But no, the 42, that number, which Musk puts on everything, 42,000 CubeSats. He's constantly throwing it out there. Well, that number has a meaning outside of Musk's use of it. Jeff Bezos bought a $42 million clock. Yeah, 42 is a coded reference to the god of time, to Kronos, to Saturn, the god of life and death, or the cycles of life and death, the god of recycling, you could say. Diana South says Elon's mom is a Satan worshiper. Something interesting about Elon Musk's mom, May Musk, and this actually is extremely interesting. I found a picture of her that someone posted in our server, and she had like a red background. And I did a right click and a Google Lens search. And what happened was very startling, and you could probably find this for yourself. I'm not exactly sure what image I chose. It was like at random. So I'm going at random, and I right click May Musk, and I put search image with Google Lens. And what it brought up, and again, it was just a simple right click, no other search criteria, just right click, search, and it brought up images of David Bowie, the man who fell to earth, specifically from the Man Who Fell to Earth era. And I thought that's interesting, given that, of course, the Man Who Fell to Earth is another one of these space savior stories. And it pertains to David Bowie, who relates to David Bowman from 2001: A Space Odyssey. And when Elon Musk sent his Tesla Roadster into space, it was playing a David Bowie song, and it had an effigy of David Bowie as as Starman in the driver's seat. Well, Starman, anagram for Mr. Satan, a reference to the Man Who Fell to Earth, really does tie all this together. Again, Antichrist Trump, Savior from space, some kind of space hero narrative going on here. Again, May Musk just happens to show up as David Bowie. And this may also tie into something else. David Bowie, also very much steeped in Crowleyism, represents this New Age ideal, or New Age, like the model for the New Age is the androgen, which is what Horus actually represents. We're talking about the age of Horus, this new deity. Yeah, they worship an androgen, and Bowie always represented that. Another interesting aspect to all of the story, this big story as it unfolds, this New Age savior and his mom, weirdly enough, it's not me doing it. It's actually Google doing it. In fact, it's on my TikTok. It's probably one of the few videos of mine they haven't deleted. I'm not going to promote my TikTok if you want to find it. I'm kind of done with TikTok. My last video says community guidelines violation. I have 100 followers. There's 1 billion videos on TikTok. How did they find my video that quick? And the video I'm speaking of is the South Pole parody we did of this Kanye West thing. I mean, we're either being followed, and every video that we post is like somehow being reported, or I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be paranoid. Okay, here it is. David Bowie appears as Elon Musk's mother in Google Lens search. This is a Google Lens search, and I'm going to search on her face. So I drag the square up. You can do this yourself. I have this image linked on my Minds account below. And look who it brings up. On the bottom here, that it would be Starman, David Bowie, along with May Musk. Yep, nothing to see here. Found that by accident, by coincidence. The reason I found it was this. Somebody posted it and they said, this is Musk's mom. And I said, okay, you guys are just joking. This is some kind of other actor. I right-clicked it and it brought up Bowie. Yes, I am Infinite Plane Media on TikTok if anybody cares. I don't know if I really want to put too much into TikTok. I had this idea that I would put all the clips that we use on TikTok to make it convenient and easy, and then we can organically build up. But if they're already censoring me at this point, that's just not going to happen. Same with YouTube. It'd be nice to play it safe and build up 1,000 followers and get some larger crowds in, especially for callers. But it's, can I toe that line? I don't know. It seems like everything I do is extra offensive these days to the algorithms. All right, this has been great. We'll continue tomorrow. Infinite Plane Saturn Day. Again, we're looking forward to the red wave, and whatever takes Kanye off of the top story. I don't know what can do it. What can top a nuke? What can top Kanye being politically incorrect? Who knows? This is One-Eyed Jack in the Shells, Pope Elon. Have a great night.
We're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars?
Alright, sorry to disappoint those of you who aren't in the know, but space is fake. That's Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. You can find Chief Crow on Spotify. I'll put a link below to this track. We're starting a little bit early. I sent out text notifications. I sent out email notifications. And, I probably should have put something in the title about Elon Musk and his Antichrist outfit, but we'll get into that right away. I talked about it on the day that he showed up in that costume. And it's one of those things where, is it just a costume? Sometimes it's only a costume, sometimes it's only a hand sign, and people do read into things. However, I think there's sufficient case here to be made for maybe Musk's costume has a double meaning. One, it's a harmless joke, a little bit of billionaire cosplay. But on the other hand, it does tie in to the bigger composite, which we know of as Elon Musk, and we will talk about that. Let me go ahead and see who's here already in the chat. Like I said, I sent out notifications. I know it's early. It's prior to 8 o'clock a.m. Here in New Mexico. We're going to talk about disaster trolling. I guess we're all disaster trolls. Shout out to the BBC. Conspire racist disaster trolls when we're really just fact checkers and media critics. Pope Elon's going to sell blue checks on Twitter for $8 a month. $8 a month, you can be a fully fledged, verified misinformationist. They started off $20. He said 20, and David Hogg threatened to leave. A few others did too. Even Stephen King said they should be paying me to tweet. But he lowered it down to $8 for a check. But I did read some alarming things about it. For example, ban evaders. A ban evader is someone who opens up a new account when they've been kicked off. And I didn't realize that I'm a ban evader because this is my 151st YouTube channel. I've been banned on every platform multiple times. And if I followed those rules precisely, if they held me to it, I would have been silenced years ago. But I am a ban evader, and they say that on Twitter, ban evaders will be removed. But I'm thinking if you pay them $8 a month, they're going to be less likely to ban you because then you'll get a refund. And I think maybe that's what they're doing here. You're paying, it's nice kiosk here, nice business you got there. It'd be terrible if something would happen to it. Trump's not dead despite the trending hashtag. Now, the Kanye West thing got rid of nukes. Everyone was afraid of nukes, Armageddon, Judgment Day, and then that's what was going to clear the decks. I was wondering. It's like we had 18, 19 years of Islamic terrorism. That was cured by COVID. COVID was cured by Putin. Nukes come along, and I thought something's got to replace nukes, something huge, because you can't top that. And yes, it's Kanye West dropping his own, what are you going to call these conspiracy theories, but mostly his claims in general about the so-called Jewish-controlled media, which is something of a trope, and he's been catching flack ever since, and we'll talk about that as well, because I do believe it's scripted. It's as fake as what happens with any of these celebrities. They're all connected to the same PSYOP entertainment complex. I mean, look, Kardashians are inseparable from the OJ drama, and I think that Kanye is the OJ of this generation. Now, I don't think that means he's going to go stabby on Pete Davidson, but if you think about it, he already has. He did decapitate Pete Davidson in a music video. He did send ominous messages. For example, after the video in which Pete Davidson was buried in a grave covered in roses, Kanye actually sent a truck full of roses to the Kardashian and Davidson's residence. But we'll see. There's still time. I still expect to see Kanye West riding off into the sunset on a white horse, likely covered in stage blood. A. Garcia says, racism seems to qualify as free speech unless it's about the Jews. I think there's a fake double standard there. I mean, it's very subjective anyway when you get into this talk. More than 66% of hate crimes are hoaxed, and you have this perceptual bias. People think that hate is this real thing, and I think hate is a hoax. I do. But as far as free speech goes, this isn't even a free speech issue. When I say hate is a hoax, I think it's exaggerated. Like, I believe in weather, I don't believe in climate change. I think people get sick. I'm very dubious about the whole pandemic thing. I do believe that individuals hate, but as far as this quality of hate, no, you're more likely to be killed by somebody you love or somebody you know over money or greed as much as anything. I think the idea of racism is just kind of a blanket term. It's a smear, and it's practically meaningless. But what's happening to Kanye has nothing to do with free speech. His free speech has been well respected. Nobody silenced him. He said what he wanted to say. You have this freedom to say what you want. However, it doesn't grant you immunity from the consequences of what you say. And that's something he didn't think about. Oh yeah, happy birthday, Godzilla. Today is 11/3. Very significant day from a Metascript perspective. It's the birthday of Colin Kaepernick, birthday of Godzilla, and the anniversary date of the opening of the One World Trade Tower, which opened 13 years after the twins burned, the 33-year-old twins. Lots of interesting scripting around this date. In fact, the preponderance of the predictive programming pointing at Seattle getting nuked happens to point at 11/3. It really does. I mean, this is what's interesting. Just as 9/11 has been strongly associated with the burning of the Twin Towers, 11/3 has been associated with the takedown of the Space Needle. That's why I made a reference to the Tower of Babel in the video's title. And we'll get around to that, but yes, the Space Needle, Seattle getting nuked, is very much tied with the number 113 and the date November the 3rd. We expected this to happen in 2019. If you weren't here in 2019, we were expecting Seattle to be ground zero for some kind of cataclysmic event. And we were looking, 11/3/2019. Didn't happen, and I said, well, look, much of this programming has the dates inverted, 3/11. So 3/11/2020, we marked our calendars. 3/11/2020, World War III will begin, ground zero, Seattle. And what happened? Ground zero, Seattle, pandemic, 2020. Like, we did call this in advance. We have been using predictive programming as a way to ascertain what's going to come down in the future through the, quote, news. And that's why today would be significant if it got nuked. And also, the Godzilla connection. Godzilla is not just this goofy costume. If you look at the latest Godzilla movie, in fact, he's stored at the subterranean level 33 in the Godzilla versus King Kong. And there's a number of things that we could take out of that 33. It all connects to the Kraken. It all connects to the idea of this reptilian thing that's beneath the oceans that's going to rise. You could connect Godzilla to the Kraken in a number of ways, but the fact that the date of his birth is November the 3rd, and this is a big holiday today, is significant to this Kraken narrative, which was all about the elections and released the Kraken 11/3/2020. And this reoccurring theme of the Kraken has been building up. It's been attached to Watergate, or the modern day Watergate. Liz Cheney said the dam's about to break on Donald Trump over at the 1-6 committee. Again, we're talking about this idea of this Kraken rising from below. And that's why it's significant in the Godzilla versus King Kong movie that he was at subterranean level 33. Because much of this might just be a metaphor for awakening the mob mentality, the collective psychopathy. We're talking about the 33 levels below where Godzilla is stored could easily correlate to this occult New Age concept of the Kundalini, which correlates to the 33 segments in the human spine, and it's said to, quote, rise. The fire snake, the serpent energy rises. And I think there's a correlation here between the rising of the subterranean Godzilla, the rising of the Kraken, and the rousing of Leviathan, or the mass mind. And that could be, in fact, the Kraken itself. And I've suggested this before, that the Kraken is more likely the mass psychosis on the left and the right, the extremes going mainstream, it's more likely that than an actual massive octopus-headed creature from below the oceans popping up somewhere on the Pacific Northwest. No, I think it's about this mental shift. It also ties into Corona and the crown when you get into the whole symbolism of the rising of the fire snake Kundalini, the number 33, as it relates to the idea of the 7 chakras, and the top one being the crown, the corona, which is lit at that time. And you can see in the symbolic language how all of 2020 seemed to have multiple meanings, and the idea of the corona being correlated with, of course, the sun and the rays of the sun correlating to the thorns on the crown of Christ who died at 33. This is all very much correlated. This version of the Christ and the phoenix, all connected to the reset, of course. And we'll get into all of this, but I'm just mentioning that the date, 11/3, birth date of Godzilla, release the Kraken date, the date that they opened the One World Trade Tower, very significant. You could also extrapolate, look, 113, not just the date, but 113. That is very prevalent throughout all of Pixar, and it always pertains to the same theme, post-reset. Pixar has the film Wall-E, which is essentially about this. It's about the one world rising from the ashes, and that's what the Twin Towers falling represents. Burned down like a phoenix. 13 years later, they opened the One World Trade Tower, and they were originally going to call it the One World Trade Tower Phoenix. And Donald Trump was part of that plan. It was going to be called that. It would have been too obvious. But let us continue. There's just so many things about the number 113, the date, and the significance in the bigger picture. But let's go through. Spirit Jordake says, Godzilla Plasma Reset. Tomonoid 2 says, Godzilla's radioactive home is under the sea. Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Right. Right. And again, I'm correlating Godzilla with the Kraken because specifically the birth date. Let's go through the notes that I've... there's been some new mind map developments as well. I did a mind map just showing the path from world stage to off-world stage and how people arrive at the conclusions they arrive at with regards to what they believe when it comes to the televised reality. I also mapped out the character we know as Elon Musk, how he's constructed, and how this all pertains to the costume he wore on Halloween. We'll discuss that next. In fact, let's just go over that now. Because it goes back. This story of Elon Musk goes back. It goes back to who he is a composite of and who originated him. I mean, he did pretty much arrive out of the imagination of Werner von Braun. Mars, A Technical Tale, about the Elon who colonizes Mars. But listen to this. Is Elon Musk the Antichrist Jack Parsons summoned? This has to do with that Babylon working at the very origin of NASA. But this is a symbolic breakdown of Elon Musk's world stage persona. And coincidentally, I was making a list of all the people I thought could be possibly construed as the Antichrist. Greta, Donald Trump, and I was adding Musk. And then here in Halloween, he makes the news for wearing this costume, which was described as satanic. It looks like the Red Power Ranger, just a red suit of armor, samurai style. But there's a few more things about it. And again, it's Halloween. He has a pass to wear this. And the question here is he wearing a costume? Is he engaging in cosplay as anybody, would, especially a celebrity like everybody else is? Or are they using Halloween as a cover to deliver some kind of coded message? Now, here's what I've kind of arrived at here, because the costume does happen to sync up with everything else about the world stage construct we know as Elon Musk. And this affirms all my suspicions about his role. One, let's just take note of the features of it. Red costume, adorned with a ram's head. And we can ignore the upside down cross for now. That's just too obvious. But it doesn't, I mean, I guess we can include that. But let's go with the ram's head. Of course, it resembles an Iron Man's costume, it being red. And then it's called the Devil's Champion. But he purchased it at a store called Abracadabras in New York for $7,500. It's unique, one of a kind. Unique, one of a kind, abracadabra, red, Iron Man-like suit of armor with a ram's head. Timestamp 1032. I know there's a QAnon tie-in to that somewhere, but we're not going to get to that till later. Now, he's a composite character comprised of Werner von Braun's Elon from Mars, A Technical Tale, Tony Stark, aka Iron Man, and Willy Wonka from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Now, if you're not familiar with that one, he tried to buy Gene Wilder's home, or he did. He started a candy company, and this is all about the time he was trying to make his company Boring trend. Boring is the company that drills the holes for the Hyperloop. That's the Willy Wonka-like tunnels to these subterranean bases, etc. But that's the Willy Wonka tie-in to his character, the eccentric side of him. But he's also merged Tony Stark, Iron Man, and Von Braun is really much part of his persona and his disposition, his kind of flat affect. Now, the significance of Musk as head of SpaceX is vital here. The Kabbalistic symbolism correlates Mars to the color red, Aries, which of course is the ram, and the metal iron, plus Horus, the falcon-headed Egyptian deity. If you get a copy of 777 and other Kabbalistic writings by Aleister Crowley, you can read these Kabbalistic associations. They're neatly arranged. But again, red, Aries, iron, Horus, the falcon-headed god, these are all things connected to Mars. Mars, of course, is observably red because of the iron, and it's the fourth planet from the sun. Now, I'm going to build on a couple things here with the entertainment media, the Metascript, and the other connections here. Mars has been, according to NASA, found to have a feature on it that resembles the House of Stark's logo, which is this wolf head. The House of Stark on Mars. This is a tie-in, of course, to the Game of Thrones, which the Game of Thrones has the House of Stark with an iron throne. The Iron Throne is another Mars reference because the iron. Of course, House of Stark, well, Tony Stark, Iron Man, another strong reference. And I want to mention that Robert Downey Jr. played Iron Man, and he based his Tony Stark on the real-life Elon Musk. He admits this. But again, the House of Stark logo is on Mars. Tony Stark, Iron Man, House of Stark, Iron Throne. And all of this has to do with the reset, by the way. In Game of Thrones, Westeros burns, and this is all about burning this age as we move into the age of Mars, or Horus, which we'll get into here. Again, Musk's Falcon 9 rockets are a reference to Horus, the god of Mars, and he has proclaimed himself the Imperator of Mars, like the Emperor of Mars, on Twitter at one point. And, you know, just yesterday, he updated his Twitter account, his location, he put it to hell, because Antichrist was trending because of him. Now, you might think this is all a joke, but remember, Ground Zero for NASA, Ground Zero for the space program, Jack Parsons, Marjorie Cameron were trying to conceive the Antichrist, with the help of L. Ron Hubbard. I mean, I don't know who the daddy would have been, but let us continue on the New Age significance. The Thelemic New Age declares that this is the Aeon of Horus. This is the Aeon of Mars. Musk is leading the way to Mars. In the Book of the Law, which was channeled by Aleister Crowley, this is where it all comes from. He declared, this is the Aeon of Horus. It came out of this book that he channeled from Horus while on a coke binge in Egypt somewhere. Now, the main part of the book, though, is about the word abracadabra, interestingly enough. The book is actually called the Book of the Law, but they'll call it 418. Oh yeah, Liber 418. That's their Bible. That's the Bible of the New Age Crowleyites, which is inseparable from the space program when you get into the occult symbolism. That's why you had Jack Parsons, the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, there with science fiction writer and founder of Scientology, space religion, Hubbard. They were creating this, our modern space religion, hiding the occult stuff, occulting Mystery Babylon, covering it up with science fiction. But again, the book of the law that the Crowleyites all swear by, they swear their oaths. You know, Masons swear on Bibles. Well, the Crowleyites swear on the book of the law. Now, the book is called Liber 418, and this is very significant to them because 418 is the gematria. It's the gematria equation for abracadabra. Now, the word abracadabra means something along the lines of, I create as I speak, or something along those lines. And according to Crowley, quote, it is the word of the aeon. So there you go. Now, again, Abracadabra is the name of the shop where Musk bought his costume. And this was publicized, like this was put out there. Like we all know where he shopped. Why? The costume resembles the Emperor, the fourth in the Tarot deck, which is the backbone of this New Age cult and all their teachings. It's really based on the Tarot, which encodes their astrotheological cult. And this is easy to see. Get your deck of playing cards, 4 suits. It's the same 4 suits from the Tarot. Your hearts are actually chalices. Your spades are swords. Your clubs are staves. Your diamonds are pentacles. And these represent the 4 seasons. If you add up all the different characters and all the numbers, you know, the royals and the numbers, you get 365 because it pertains to the year. 4 suits, 4 seasons, 52 cards, 52 weeks in a year. And the Tarot builds on that, but it goes even deeper. Well, here's the Emperor looking just like Musk in the red, and what's the main feature that you see here is the ram. It really emphasizes Aries. Again, it's that Mars connection. It's associated with the color red and the number 4, Aries. Now to continue, again, JPL, where NASA had its origin, began with a Thelemite warlock named Jack Parsons. Like, this is an admitted bit of history or whatever. I mean, it's well known by his own writings that he was indeed self-declared such. He was the American counterpart to Crowley. Now, why would it be ridiculous to consider that Musk would be joking? Like, why would we consider that to be a LARP? If Jack Parsons wasn't a LARP, a live-action role player, if they weren't just trolling, if they really were part of some ancient mystery cult that had all these trappings, that have all these symbolic associations, then why would we laugh off Elon Musk dressing as the devil's champion? Considering Parsons' link to the space religion Scientology's founder L. Ron Hubbard and the movie star Marjorie Cameron, who happens to be the world's first UFO eyewitness. 1946, they get together, do the Babylon working to summon the Antichrist, or the spirit of the Antichrist. They didn't want a baby to have to take care of. They were trying to summon the Antichrist spirit, and then it would just, you know, I guess, I don't know, find a vessel. And I assumed it was Trump, and it may still be. The timing fits. However, the next year she saw lights from the sky. Actually, it was that year. The next year was Roswell. Pre-Roswell, Marjorie Cameron reportedly saw a UFO. And my point is, this is the correlation between NASA's origin, Elon Musk's role in the space age as it pertains to preparing the masses for an alien savior / Antichrist. And one more thing, it should be noted that in these occult circles, in the Thelemic cult, they play cosplay all day. That's all they do, is they play like they're gods. They literally dress like the gods they wish to be possessed by. They call it assuming the god form. That's why wearing red is significant. If Musk is wearing red and he's wearing the ram's head within these temples, yeah, he would be considered the vicar of Mars, like the Pope is the vicar of Christ. I'm just suggesting here that maybe this goes one step beyond cosplay, but it's very easy for the media to laugh at, quote, conspiracy theorists, but I'm saying no, there's actually a deeper story here that I've been following for some time when it comes to this composite character. And of course, the idea of Jack Parsons being connected with the space program is something they would like to, I think, efface. All right, going through some comments, joined by Diana South, JT33, Restless Bear, Echo Charlie Benton. Let us continue. Diana South says they will mingle themselves. Oh yeah, his legs of iron, his feet, part of iron, part clay. They will mingle themselves with the seed of men. Biblical reference, Daniel 2:3-3. Interestingly enough about this mingling of clay and iron or something, it reminds me of Neuralink and of this promise of unlimited evolution facilitated by technology, the technological singularity, and this whole idea of technology arriving at a point where it takes over as the main evolutionary catalyst from nature. That's what they're selling us. That's this new fake salvation. I mean, salvation, I think, has always been fake, whether the church sells it or some cult sells it. And I think this space religion, this modern religion, this is the global religion, the new universal faith that worships space as the new heaven. Yeah, they're actually selling the masses on this new form of transcendence and this technological singularity. And it should be noted that the name of the individual who coined that term, technological singularity, his name's John von Neumann. Like, that's just too obvious to me. Just to recap, Elon Musk's costume comports perfectly with the Kabbalistic associations and the New Age associations of the character of the Emperor on the Tarot card, and it relates Musk, I think, very much to a bigger, rather an older occult tradition, not just some billionaire playing cosplay. And you really look, Halloween, yeah, it's a children's holiday, sure, but it's actually another key here. It's like they make it so easy to laugh these things off, but the timing of it, not a coincidence. All right, let's continue through the notes. 2 black radio hosts in Arizona could be a roadblock for Kanye West if he decides to sell his White Lives Matter t-shirts. Yeah, shout out to Conspiracy Charlatan. I actually got the story from him before CNN reported on it. Yeah, a couple of individuals have actually obtained the trademark to White Lives Matter, which blocks Kanye. And the fall of Kanye West is entirely scripted, and it's not over yet. This is something I don't want to get too much into, but it's a heads up, it's going to be big. The new current thing for anti-vaxxers is going to be clots. Tim Pool, Louder with Crowder, and then Stu Peters has a documentary. The next current thing is clots. Just be ready for it. And when it comes to clots, I do have a little bit of personal experience on this, and today I am going to be calling a number of funeral homes, and I might call a few morgues, because I'm going to expose this as what I think it is. I think this is just hyperbole, and I think it's a hoax. But the idea is, of course, that they're finding, and I can play some clips, but I'll probably get banned just for playing them. That's why I don't want to deal with it here. But it's just, again, it's just the current thing. I'm going to mostly ignore it, but I'll play this. Let me just play it. This is Steven Crowder, as shared by Tim Pool. Which means, okay, Tim Pool has 1.3 million followers. All 1.3 million will believe what he says. Same for Crowder. Steven Crowder has 1.9 million. They're all going to take this guy at his word.
It is something the body has constructed, but it's not clots. They behave like clots because they grow inside the arteries. They form the shape of the arteries in much the same way. Have you ever seen on YouTube where somebody's very sadistically poured molten aluminium down a termite mound, and they've then dug away and they've got a perfect cast of the termite mound or the ant nest? That's what happens with this white growth. This white growth is growing inside these, and it takes the shape, the exact shape of the artery.
Now, didn't understand that. He was comparing the state of someone's arteries in what he's finding in his funeral homes to the the, the structures that he's pulling out resemble the molten casts of the inside of ant hills. When you dump the molten inside, the molten aluminum, pull it out when it's cooled, and you get an idea of what the inside looked like. And he's describing this. Anyway, it's the new current thing. A lot of people are going to believe it. I'm just saying here that I have a few reasons to think that what they're saying is entirely bogus. But I'm going to deal with that as a separate topic. Remember when vax equals sterilization was the current thing? That was it for a little while. This whole current thing or thing, like the current thing is usually ascribed to the NPC left. Whatever flag of the day, whatever martyr of the day, whatever cause or GoFundMe of the day, whatever outrage of the day, they're going to line up behind, and they all fall behind the current thing. They all support the current thing, and they all telegraph it in some way. And here, I'm starting to notice that on the counter narrative, there are also current things. And vax equals sterilization was the thing that they were all barking at once. Now nobody's talking about it. Well, the new current thing is clots. Just a heads up. Speaking of this digital transcendence, here's a link connecting AI and Hawking, Elon Musk, and Satan all together. Elon Musk isn't the only one warning about the future of AI. Stephen Hawking said it could be the worst event in the history of mankind. Now, here's an individual who's suggesting here that artificial intelligence and any kind of Neuralink is just going to be the gateway, quite literally, to hell.
Chemical machine and receiver.
Satan is an acronym for silent assassination through adaptive neural and social networks. I'm putting brackets in there. And it's...
Okay, I'm going to pause from this technophobia. These are the people who are carrying iPhones in their pockets. And look, if you're scared that your technology was brought to you by the devil, they've already got your soul kind of in bondage here if you're carrying one of these phones. It's too late. Tim Osman says the clot thing's been going on for over a year, and stillbirths are on the rise. Yeah, I was going to suggest here, if it is true that these things are sterilizing people, and if vaxes are pretty much a thing on the left, and so are, the issue of abortion is also a leftist thing, wouldn't this all cut down on abortions, and shouldn't you look at that as a good thing? Like it's a net gain. Look, I don't take it all that seriously when somebody says that they know for a fact that bodies are showing up clotted because some internet embalmer. Here's a few things about it. One, how would the embalmer know the status of the person? And then two, whenever somebody dies, the coroner has to decide, do we cut this person up or not? And it's pretty much determined based on whether they had a history. Is this expected? Is this an accidental death, or is this something that was likely to happen anyway? And it may not be necessary. My point is that if you're going to say that these bodies are showing up in your funeral home and they've got these hideous structures inside, you're suggesting here then that the people at the coroner's office didn't notice. Like, how did they not notice? And again, you wouldn't notice as an embalmer anyway, generally, if the person was autopsied, because their blood has already been more or less drained. All the arteries have been severed. You've got to do a multi-point injection. You're not dealing with clots at that stage. You're only dealing with clots, which is normal in dead bodies because, well, they're sitting there for a few days. But it's normal to deal with clots anyway, long before this thing. I was embalming way before this 2020 thing. And one of the things you do is you put forceps into the jugular and you're able to extract the clots, which are common in all these dead bodies. Like, clots are normal. Like, it surprised me, in fact, how big some of these fibrous clumps were. And you would have to use the forceps to constantly pull them out as you're injecting into the carotid artery. Or you would have, inconsistent perfusion of the embalming fluids. You have to constantly massage out the clots. Clots have always been a thing with dead bodies. It's not new. My point is, though, you're only going to have an intact circulatory system in somebody who died of natural causes. You're not going to, like these suddenly dead. Like you had 150 people suddenly die of cardiac arrest in South Korea from boosters or whatever. Like, give me a break. Even if this were true, all these suddenly dead people, they're dying in their 30s. If they're dying in their 20s, 30s, or 40s, they're probably getting autopsied. We're not going to see clots on the embalming room table. I think these embalmers are all lying. And I think they're lying for money, and I think they're likely crisis actors. And I've watched the whole clip. I've been following this story, and I've been in contact with them. In fact, today, I am going to be calling some of these funeral homes. I'm not going to do it live. I'm going to get some interviews, and I'm going to speak with some experts in the field. I'm just saying no embalmer would ever be encountering an anomaly like that, because it would have been noted at the funeral, at the place where they do the autopsy, which is separate. The place where they do the autopsy is separate from where they are embalmed. Embalming is done by a private company. The state does the autopsy. And when they do the autopsy, they take blood samples. They take tissue samples. They take samples from every organ. If there was any kind of a... Now you're suggesting here that the coroners and all the autopsy techs, the Deaners, the morphology techs, they're not noticing these growths, but then they are being noticed at the funeral homes. Like there's a problem, there's a contradiction there, and I just don't buy it at all. I don't believe it. And I've seen these accounts, and look, Stu Peters has a documentary about this coming out in a few weeks. On his trailer, he's got Kate Perry with her eyeball malfunctioning. You know, she has that eyelid was twitching. He has her on the trailer. Oh, look, she got vaxxed. There's a blood clot going through her eyelid at that moment. Like, no, that's part of her broken robot dance. It's a choreographed move. And she invited, quote, flat earthers and spaces fakers to come witness it live. But he put that in the trailer for his documentary. Like, this is sensationalism. I would almost say that the hysterical, hyperbolic anti-vaxxers are just as bad as the COVIDiots were in 2020. They couldn't be as bad because they don't have any power. They just get censored. But in terms of being divorced from reality and being based on some kind of panic, yeah, that's where they're at, in my opinion. But we'll see. I'm going to do some investigation. All right, let us continue. Nick Cruz was sentenced to life. He's not going to get the death penalty. And this has made a lot of Parkland victims and survivors mad. And by the way, one of the March for Our Lives marchers was shot through the hands in St. Louis at that other event, which also happened to be at a performance art school. But yes, Nick Cruz is going to be alive, and I wonder if he's still receiving fan mail. He was receiving a ton of fan mail in 2018. Again, today is Godzilla's birthday, Colin Kaepernick's birthday, the opening of the World Trade Towers anniversary, the date of the 2020 contested election, and at the moment, Antichrist Musk has 113 million Twitter followers. Tim says, if Parkland was fake, everyone in that courtroom were crisis actors. How likely is that? What evidence are these courtrooms going through if it's all fake? Good questions, valid questions. This is a relevant point, and Miles Mathis talks about this a lot with regard to the OJ thing. What does it mean when you have fictional trials setting real legal precedent? Well, I mean, look, think about this too. You don't think it's likely this is faked. Well, do you think anything's ever been faked? Have any of these shooters ever been faked? It's not like this would be the first time the court systems have been whored out to the PSYOP entertainment complex. The whole system is playing into this. It's all part of the world stage. World stage media, world stage science, world stage justice, all divorced from reality. It's highly likely that they were all crisis actors and or dupes. Crisis actors and or dupes. Like if you're a dupe, you're just not getting paid, but you're still an actor. Look at the money involved. Assault Rifle 15, Armor Light 15 paid the the Sandy Hookers $73 million. That's a lot of money to be given away on the basis of something so questionable. And the fact that these things aren't questioned by the people paying out tells you something. Same goes for Parkland. And of course, the birds are fake is like the biggest protest right now going around. And that's not being combated by the media because they're allowed to do it because birds are fake is a parody movement and it's run by the Parkland students. Same acting troupe. And now they're running their own damage control operations. But no, I do not believe that any of the mass shootings events are real. Nick Cruz is a totally unbelievable character. I find plenty of it to be not only questionable, but I think obviously just on the face of it, hoaxy and fake. The blonde who was the eyewitness who was there with Nick Cruz, who gave him an alibi, coincidentally committed suicide last year after speaking with, was it Dean Ryan? I mean, we had someone there and it was an alibi. And I called media sources everywhere and I said, hey, look, are you guys going to look into this alibi? Nick Cruz has an alibi and you're letting these students put their faces on TV and the shooter could still be out there. And they're like, no, we get our news from higher up. We just repeat what we're told. We don't let facts get in the way of a good narrative. But if you find this stuff on TV convincing, good on you. But I think it's an act of faith, and I don't share that faith. And some people just stick to believing in whatever they're going to believe. Listen to this. This is an example of it. For weeks now, there's been this non-controversy of furries in schools demanding litter box equality. They want litter boxes in the school restrooms. Well, this is a hoax. It went viral, and the viral hoax has been mocked, and I kind of don't mock it because it's entirely believable. You're telling me it's not believable that students identifying as animals wouldn't request litter boxes? Like, it's within the realm of possibility right now. It wouldn't shock me. If I saw that on TMZ, oh yeah, public schools now have litter boxes for students identifying as animals, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Nothing new here. Anyway, here you have an example. This is someone running for the U.S. Senate, Don Bolduc, talking to NBC News. And he's been pushing the story that, yes, they are, in fact, putting litter boxes in classrooms. And when asked about this, he refuses to back down. And he says, no, you have to prove it's not true. I don't have to prove it's true. You have to prove that they're not doing it. I mean, very, very forceful shifting of the burden of proof here.
At a recent event about children using litter boxes in schools. There's no
that's
proof.
not what I said.
Okay, well then tell me what you said. I heard the audio.
So what I was talking about is all the craziness going on in our schools, and this is just one of them. And I had a parent and a student in that audience who came up to me and told me all about it. I've had that all across this state. So I'm only articulating what I heard from Granite Staters.
Now, he claims he's heard from parents and students that this is true. It's been refuted, but I'm saying it's believable, and I'm comfortable saying it's true because it's probably going to be true very soon. And by the time anybody gets around to debunking it, it's going to be true. This was the same thing we experienced with the Great Reset. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. There's no Great Reset. The Great Conjunction arrives, Saturn, Jupiter, winter solstice, 12/21/2020, boom. Welcome to the Great Reset. They were waiting for Saturn and Jupiter to conjunct with the winter solstice to hit the reset button. But until that moment, it was a coincidence. Now it's like, yeah, enjoy the Great Reset. You will own nothing, be happy, eat bugs. 80% of you won't have to work, which I don't know what that means. Do the 80% get to eat bugs? Is that what we're left with? I mean, it sounds utopian. And anytime I hear utopian, I just think, okay, cannibalism. Maybe not literal, but this is why Jeffrey Dahmer is number 2 on Netflix. It's not because there's a huge demand for necrophilia and cannibalism. It's because they're getting the public acclimated to accepting the ideas of a zero-sum game. One man's gain, another man's loss. You're going to eat, someone else must be eaten. This is just suggesting here, I think they want us to think in terms of it being a closed system, which is what communism is. The technocrats are building a closed system for us. Just in, North Korea launched suspected ballistic missile. PM's Office of Japan issues emergency alert. New excuses for lockdowns. Ducking cover. Now, who didn't see this coming? Greta Thunberg. It's time to overthrow the West's oppressive and racist capitalist system. And if you've been following what I've been putting out on the metascript.cc, it has all been about how the West is a burning house, and all of the messaging and all of the movies saying the West needs to be burned. The burning down of the house is significant. It has to do with the burning of the astrological house as we enter the new age. And I've remarked, that's why I put Greta on my short list of potential antichrists. I put her on that list because she perfectly encapsulates this aeon of Horus ideal. Horus represents the youth rebellion, overthrowing the traditions of the past that have made the world unsafe, climate change, guns, capitalism. George Floyd died from climate change. Kanye's getting flack for saying, oh no, he was killed by fentanyl. And they're like, no, you can't say that. You're going to get sued. And then they said, no, he was killed by the cop's knee on his neck. Police oppression killed him. Racism killed him. I'm saying, no, he was killed by climate change. That's why he couldn't breathe. And I say this because that's ultimately what they're getting at. They're saying that our economic political system is inherently oppressive against the poor, inherently destructive against the environment, and it must go. They're giving people multiple reasons to get rid of this, quote, oppressive and racist capital system. Again, this is Greta Thunberg recognizing that, hey, all along, I was marching behind a stalking horse for communism. That's pretty much it. I remember calling her a watermelon Marxist, day one. Oh yeah, she may be green on the outside, but wait till you see what's on the inside. All red. The activist claims that the world's current, quote, normal, dictated by the people in power, has caused the climate breakdown. Tomanoid 2 says Soylent Green and Ray Liotta movies, No Escape, Escape from Absalom, both set in 2022 with cannibals. Yes. Soylent Green set in 2022. Soylent Green came out in 1973. 1973 figures prominently in 2022. That's the year of the first Roe v. Wade leak. That's the year of Watergate, which correlates to the January 6th committee. 73 was the year that Elvis was beamed by satellite to 1.2 billion people. And I think he reached that level this year with that Elvis movie. Lots of 1973 happening this year. And again, cannibalism right now. Alu Goering says Snowpiercer. Yeah, a Snowpiercer, interestingly enough, is about cannibalism, a closed system. They're all trapped in a train going around a frozen world, which symbolizes our system and it being a, quote, closed system, where the people at the very back are being eaten by the people in the front. But a couple of things about that movie, Snowpiercer. I think the main thing about it is it's taken to be a sequel to Charlie on the Chocolate Factory. I brought up Willy Wonka. But yeah, Snowpiercer is Charlie's train when he grows up. I mean, it's all, to me, almost plagiarism. I mean, they pretty much stole the story. It's definitely overlaid. Let's see here, going through your comments. Echo Charlie says, Utopia becomes a failed economic system. Well, right now we have been sold on Mars utopianism. And that's what I think this age of Mars or Aeon of Mars / Horus is actually about. They get us to accept, hey, the perfect way of living is the one we built in our models, like the one on Mars that we're going to have. No MAGA hats, no Qs, no question marks, no individual property rights. All the things that make this world bad, we're not taking with us to Mars. They go to Mars, they build the perfect society. And once they get you to accept that this is perfect, it's sustainable, it's this perfect vegan commune, separate from anything that made the world what it is today. Once they build that in your minds as acceptable, and they've already brought Bezos, Jeff Bezos / Nimrod out to communicate this. He said, we have a choice here. If you want freedom and liberty, you got to go to space, because here on Earth, it's going to become a civilization of stasis. They have talked about this, a civilization of stasis. They want to lock this down. But again, it's because they want us to adopt on Earth the way we're going to live on Mars. It's not about sending you to Mars. It's about making Earth Mars. And Mars just happens to be a gulag system. Bunch of communes. It's space communism. It really is. And this is reflected in the rhetoric with Putin versus the quote Antichrist West. It is the West that must be stopped at the Kármán line. Manifest destiny. It can't go on. It can't go into space, because if we let Bezos go into space, he's going to bring down trillions of dollars in wealth, and it will disrupt the world systems. It'll make life less sustainable here on Earth. We'll have mega yachts everywhere, and the communists won't be able to compete. And of course, it'll destroy the environment. This is the big schism here. We can't let the West win, because they will destroy the world if they're allowed to go into space with this mentality, this cowboy mentality. And this was pretty evident in the series Mars on Netflix, where you had two groups going to Mars. One was a group of scientists led by women, and the other was a group of oil drillers from Texas that went to Mars. The women discover life, but the men with their oil rigs drilling holes into Mars, raping Mars. I mean, it's pretty obvious. And that's why Jeff Bezos wore a cowboy hat when he went to space. He went to space on the anniversary of Apollo 11, launched at 9:11 a.m. This is in 2021. And the cowboy hat, I think, symbolizes that in the West, the richest man in the world, he sees space as a new frontier, the final frontier. This is why they brought William Shatner up into space, Captain Kirk, space, the final frontier. And now we have this conflict of visions between the West and the space commies, space cow. And I wouldn't be surprised if something happens today, because it's 11/3. Doblue.com says, Happy Godzilla Day to all who celebrate. More things. We talked about the event at the Pelosi's, and what a setup that was. That was a hammer attack on free speech itself. Very successful, I think. Ban hammer down on free speech. Here's something to look forward to. Here's an actual tweet from Elon Musk. Twitter will not allow anyone who is violating Twitter rules back on the platform until we have a clear process for doing so, which will take a few more weeks. That's ominous right there. Representatives with widely divergent views, which will certainly include civil rights groups, community and groups who face hate-fueled violence. Meaning, he's going to get